Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, May 5th. Hot Squalin, Huitluktmuk, Las Squamish, OMAO. As always, we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Before we adopt the agenda, Council, there's a couple of late items I wish to add. We have a letter from My Sea to Sky that we would add under 11A3 for information, and the correspondence from Michaela McLeod about donation from the graduating class of 2020 from Howe Sound. I would like to put that under correspondence action requested 14A2. So if people are okay with those amendments, motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Councillor Pettengill, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I will read out our electronic meeting blurb. It actually says blurb on this piece of paper. I didn't make that up. It's our very official title. Okay, so anyone participating electronically, if you can please let me know before you disconnect or have to leave the room. So this can be recorded in the minutes, and also please let us know when you are back. This will apply especially to those participating by phone only, as we can't see you. Council members who wish to speak, for those participating via video, you can just raise your hand. For those on the phone, please just say chair, and I will add your name to the speakers list. With respect to a vote, council members are only required to state a nay vote, so no statement is required, or you do not need to lift your hand if you are in favor. If council members and anyone participating in this meeting could put their telephone or their computer on mute unless they wish to speak. We do expect council members to be active and involved and participate in the meeting. If you're having technical difficulties, you can text the corporate officer. That's Robin. If we're having technical difficulties on our side, we will recess for up to 10 minutes to sort that out and then get going again. So without any further ado, our auditors are here. Bill Cox and Paul Fripp from BDO Canada to talk about our 2019 audited financial statements. So I will turn it over to them. Bill, you're on mute. Or we can't hear you.
All right, well, I will take it away. Thanks, Bill, for that wonderful introduction. I also want to acknowledge that I believe Andrew Davies is on the phone. Andrew Davies is the audit manager on the audit engagement and is also available to answer any questions if there are some more detailed questions that come up with regard to our findings. I'm just going to take probably, how much time do we have on the agenda for this?
An hour.
An hour, okay. All right, I'll have to go through details of our testing. No, I'm going to try to keep it fairly high level, focus in on our risk areas as well as our audit findings, and then the management letter, and then I'll open it to questions. So the status of our audit is that it is substantially complete pending receipt of the signed management letter of representation, and that we conduct our subsequent events review up to the date of the financial statement approval, and that also means that we also require approval of the consolidated financial statements by Mayor and Council, hopefully today. I just want to take a few minutes to talk about materiality. Our audit opinion is provided with a sort of a concept of materiality built into it. That's a margin of error that's built into our testing, as it's really not feasible for us to provide an audit opinion to the dollar. That would require us to have our audit team on site pretty much 365 days a year, and I think Linda and Roland would get pretty tired of us if that was the case. In the case of the district, we've applied a dual materiality, one that covers capital infrastructure and one that covers all the other operations of the district. And that really, the reason for this is it acknowledges that tangible capital assets is such a large balance in the financial statements that the transactions are very large in dollar value, the projects are large in value, and there's a different level of sort of importance placed on those values. As a result, the materiality level over infrastructure was set based on the value of tangible capital assets at 2%, so $5.4 million. And on all other areas of the district's operations, it was set based on 3% of the higher of revenues or expenses, and that was at $2.1 million for those. Moving on to our audit findings, we do, when we conduct our audit, we conduct a risk-based approach to our testing. That has us focus in on areas where we've, based on our knowledge of the district's operations and our knowledge of accounting standards, where there are areas of complexity, a higher degree of judgment or estimation involved, or where there's potentially gaps in internal controls. So our audit areas of focus were around revenue recognition. Public sector standards around revenue recognition are complex, specifically around grant funding. So we review the grant funding agreements, receipt of the proceeds, as well as the eligible expenditures to make sure that the revenue was recognized when the performance obligations are met associated with those grant agreements. The next is management override of internal controls. This is a required audit risk under Canadian auditing standards. It acknowledges that management, by virtue of their position, could perpetrate fraud over financial reporting. It doesn't mean that we believe that management would perpetrate that. We just have to consider it as part of our audit process. And so to discharge this risk, we examine unusual or non-recurring journal entries, specifically around year-end when individuals might want to try to achieve a preferred optics within the financial statements. We also look at key estimates and judgments that were applied to try to identify any bias. And pleased to report that we didn't identify anything to raise to Council's attention today. Landfill closure liability. This is a material estimate in the district's financial statements. It relies on the work performed by various specialists, as well as projecting and estimating costs that are to be incurred several years down the road. And so we assess the work performed by those specialists. We review the inputs that they've made that go into the post-closure liability valuation, and then we verify that those calculations were done accurately. Contributed tangible capital assets is another area where there's judgment involved as well. We've identified in the past that this is an area where there's been adjustments, and so we do have a focus in on this area, specifically looking at the contributed assets completed in the year, looking at those the agreements with developers, as well as the cost estimations that build up these values that get recognized in the financial statements, and looking at when title transfers over to the district to ensure that recognition of those assets as well as the associated revenue is done appropriately. And last but not least, a new risk this year, although probably not a surprise to anybody, is around COVID-19. So COVID-19 was declared a global pandemic following the year end, and we had to evaluate whether there was any impact to the 2019 financial statements, which would include disclosure of events that have happened since year end. So we looked at things such as investment holdings that could have been impacted by the market downturn. The district's invested in term deposits, likely to hold those near to its term date. So there's relatively low exposure there in terms of the valuation risk. We also reviewed, the quantum of net financial assets to try to identify any liquidity issues. We discussed with management as well regarding their plans around COVID-19. And as a result, this disclosure was made in the financial statements, essentially to say that, to acknowledge to users that this is a significant event, but that ultimately at this point in time, given the complexity of COVID-19 and the impacts on the economy, that the financial impact cannot be determined at this time. Moving on to Appendix A of our report, I just wanted to highlight, this is a new addition to our letter this year, an analytic snapshot, if you will. It highlights some metrics of the district over time, and it's maybe more of an insight into where the district can sort of move towards in terms of data analytics to sort of inform its operations and strategic direction. A couple of interesting sort of story points out of this. General government expenses as a percentage of taxation revenue, that's been coming down over time. Back in 2014, 2015, it was up closer to 30%, which was definitely above the BC average, and it's come down to about 22%, which would be in line with the BC average. Now, I think the more important story here is the decline over time, as well as looking internally at your own operations to see whether this sort of rings true, as opposed to, say, benchmarking against the BC average, because municipalities are very different across the province. The other is the financial assets and liabilities. You'll see that, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the liquidity position around COVID-19, there is $91.5 million of liquid assets as cash and term deposits. Net financial assets are up $2.3 million in 2019. And so that's a pretty good liquid financial asset position to be in. But if you take a look at Note 12 of the financial statements, look at the breakdown of accumulated surplus, you'll see that that's mostly spoken for through statutory reserves and appropriated surplus. And so, just in light of current situations, it may be a good time to take a look at any policies around the amount of unappropriated surplus that should be carried from year to year, as it currently sits at just less than 1% of total assets. Or sorry, less than 1% of the total accumulated surplus. Moving on to Appendix D, going to review the adjusted and the unadjusted differences that we identified through the audit process. The first item there relates to the district's practice for recognizing amortization sort of only in the final month of the fiscal year. So even if those assets were put into place earlier in the year, amortization doesn't begin to start getting calculated until the final month. As a result, that creates a sort of a difference between what the amortization should have been calculated versus what's recorded in the books. As you can see, the impact in the current year was just about $800,000 understatement to amortization expense. Along the same lines in terms of tangible capital assets, there have been sort of differences between UBW and citywide over time that have accumulated. And in the current year, there was a process undertaken to reconcile those two systems and resulted in an adjustment to the general ledger of $932,000. It was, there could have been, so at any rate, this relates to prior year's differences, and so it's really showing that amortization expense as a result was overstated by $932,000 in the year versus in prior years. So that has a nice balancing out impact to the first difference that we discussed, but we'll sort of touch on the impact to tangible capital assets when we get to our management letter point. The second, the sort of those middle two items there with regards to subdivision deposits, what we identified in the current year is that there was this $221,000. This was a large subdivision deposit that when we tested it, we identified that it really should have been recognized in previous years. And as part of that, we extended our sample to cover other deposits which were potentially sort of significantly aged and were no longer liabilities of the district. And you'll see that the estimated magnitude of that is about $477,000 of deposits that are potentially no longer liabilities to the district. Now, to the summary of adjusted differences. These are differences that were recorded as a result of our audit work. The first one is around an over-recognition of DCC revenue. This relates to the SODC front-ender agreement and the mechanics of the accounting. What they were doing is that DCC revenue was recognized in advance of what that front-ender agreement stipulates. And so we recommended recording an adjustment to remove that revenue and accordingly reduce an asset that was created. It was almost like it was a DCC receivable, but you can't recognize a DCC receivable in advance of its collection. It's almost like sort of saying that this is DCC of future developments which haven't yet occurred. That's the primary reason why you can't recognize it. The second one was that there was a data entry error in terms of tangible capital asset that was recorded in the current year. It was set up with an amortization period of 40 months instead of, I believe, it was 40 years, and so it had quite a large impact on amortization expense in the period. That was corrected, and I believe that the amortization period was corrected in the system. All right, moving on to Appendix E, which is our management letter. This is where we take the opportunity to make recommendations based on insights that we've identified through our audit process. I'm going to jump to current year observations. no surprise, tangible capital assets is something that we've highlighted because sort of 3, I guess, out of the 5 adjustments that were identified relate to tangible capital assets. Our recommendation really sort of focuses in on taking a look at the processes around how tangible capital assets are being accounted for, to sort of take the emphasis away from doing that accounting at year end. It tends to be a process that will be rushed to achieve the financial statements. But it's a really complex area with contributed tangible capital assets with really high dollar values of infrastructure that are being put into place. And this is, I think, a process that we would recommend that should occur throughout the year as opposed to predominantly at year end. And so we have some recommendations around reviewing the processes as well as reviewing when the reconciliations between Citywide and UBW are taking place, and perhaps looking at a periodic system of reconciliation and data entry throughout the year. The second is around these developer contributions and deposits. Just identifying that the composition of some of those deposits are aging, and that there is sort of from a finance department's perspective, a limitation in some of the information they have in order to be able to determine whether those deposits should be recognized or not in revenue. So it's sort of a recommendation to take a look at the composition of those deposits, look at the processes around and what information is being captured, and how that can sort of inform the financial accounting piece of it. And I understand that piece of software, Prospero, is being brought online as part of that. Management intends to integrate that review as part of that system implementation. The last recommendation is around the continuity of internal controls, and this is really sort of a point related to COVID-19. As our operations, the district's operations and really operations of any business have changed so dramatically in the last 2 months, what it's created is it's created the opportunity for internal controls to either weaken or the opportunity for certain controls to be circumvented unintentionally in most cases. This can open up the district to potential errors in the financial reporting process, but it can also create gaps or weaknesses that external parties could exploit, whether it's phishing schemes. In this current environment, it would not be unusual to receive an email from someone in a position of authority requesting that an individual authorize a payment or a check. Now, I understand that the district has strong controls in this area around check disbursements, as well as the UBW system enforces certain authorizations. Our point is really just a reminder to where systems are changing, albeit slightly or subtly, to be conscious of that and to review where there are changes in internal controls to accommodate working from home or increased, flexible work arrangements. And with that, those are the major points of our audit results letter, and so I will pause and take questions if there are any.
Paul, is I think my audio is working now, finally?
It is.
Yes.
We can hear you.
You probably couldn't see because you were speaking, but there was a chat message saying that council did not have our report in advance. So I think you went through in enough detail to cover the highlights we would have covered anyway, but perhaps later in the meeting, other questions may pop up as council has time to flip through the report, which I believe you just got by email.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Council, are there questions? Councillor Pettingill.
I have a couple. I wasn't clear in terms of the, I believe it's unappropriated surplus. Was your suggestion that we have possibly too much or too little? Well, and can you explain that a bit? Yeah, unappropriated surplus, for those listening in who may not know the terminology, represents that portion of the overall accumulated surplus that is not spoken for any other purpose. And so when we look at unappropriated surplus, you might sort of think of it as working capital almost. And so I would, without putting too much of a judgment on this, because we haven't looked at this issue in any kind of detail, I would comment that it appears to be lower than what we see commonly in other municipalities. And so if your other components of accumulated surplus, appropriated and statutory reserves, basically earmark all of that liquidity, then where you have unexpected circumstances, you have a fairly small margin of sort of 1% of your overall accumulated surplus to work with for those unexpected events. Thank you. I have a second question, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
You made a number of recommendations, and assuming we agree with them, what is the best accountability mechanism? Is it sort of next year you would validate that those things have been done, or are there? Can you just speak a bit about the accountability piece in terms of your recommendations? So we would report back to council with regards to management actions related to these points at next year's audit. Management has also provided with responses to each of these recommendations, and so I guess twofold. We'll sort of report back, but it's, council can follow up with management in terms of their plans that they are suggesting they'll put into place around these items.
I wonder if our staff on the phone can speak to that surplus issue. It has dropped quite substantially from 2018, and perhaps some added context around that would be helpful. Linda Klassen, or?
Yes, I am just. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thanks for that update, Paul. That was great. For the drop in the surplus, I believe that it was a change or not a change, but it was planned in our financing for capital projects and things like that. As maybe Mr. Russell could help us out as well with that, but I believe Mr. Russell has done all the funding for those projects, and it was as per the plan. We were building those reserves, and I think they were as per the plan.
So using it as working capital?
Some smaller projects are funded through surplus, accumulated surplus. Yeah. Smaller projects, not the larger projects. The larger projects are usually a combination of grants and debt.
Mayor Elliott and Council, this is Roderick DeLeo. I could add some additional information to what Linda said if you so chose.
That would be great.
Excellent. So the accumulated surplus is also, as Linda said, used for funding small projects, but it's also used temporarily to fund the larger debenture projects. So right now there's $13.5 million of debenture that is off, or debenture that's available to be funded, that is offsetting the accumulated surplus. So once administration actually issues that debenture, you'll see that surplus possibly increase by $13.5 million. So right now it's being used temporarily to fund those large debenture capital projects, and once they issue the debenture, that surplus will go up. So that has been a change from previous years, and now it's highlighted in, and not the summary financials, but if you look at the details, you'd see that we have this contra surplus account that once the debt gets issued, that will be replenished. So that's one of the reasons why you've seen a significant decrease in the accumulated surplus.
Thank you for that context. That's helpful. Council, other questions?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Race.
Thank you. So, Paul, this is one of my favorite topics, the accumulated surplus, and listening to you, when I saw that in the notes, I thought that what had happened is what personally I'd wanted to see happen over the years, which was to use the money for something. And we've had these discussions that are various budget discussions over the past few years. Accumulated surplus has sometimes been quite high, but from my perspective as a politician, that represents monies that we have taxed for and didn't spend in a particular year's budget, and they get carried forward. We've had discussions with our financial staff over the years about how that's used, and there was a series of things, and I can't recall them all off the top of my head, but there's a series of things that staff were using those monies for, such as temporary financing, as was just stated, and also sort of the expenses we incur before we receive tax revenue in July in a normal year, things like that. And we've had discussions with staff around the idea of segregating that out as working capital, if you like, and then having the other, the balance of it available for spending on whatever we have coming along, as opposed to taxing anew for that additional expenditure. So we wanted to try to avoid, and I'll speak for myself here, wanted to try to avoid just having dead money sitting there that we taxed for and weren't really using and didn't have sort of a purpose. So when I looked at the statements and I saw there was statutory designated reserves and then there were undesignated reserves, I just assumed that the reduction was because staff had kind of pushed aside some of the accumulated surplus and put them into what I'll, for lack of a better term, I'll call a working capital category. And so the $2 million and change that we show there was really monies that we have available to us to spend as opposed to taxing for over the future. So if that's not the case, then I think what we might want to do as a council is consider, and financial staff, is adding a bit of structure to that. I can certainly see that there are legitimate uses for accumulated surplus, but what I wanted to avoid was sort of the dead money syndrome, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. And this is, my comment isn't that the number's wrong or that it is ultimately too low. As I mentioned, we haven't really dived into this, only that in light of COVID-19 and the potential need for liquidity coming up, do you, has the council and management looked at this issue? And it sounds like you have, and I think you've highlighted a really good point that it's you have to sort of find the right amount to balance your risk, but without overtaxing the public on that. So I wouldn't disagree with anything you've said there.
If I might, Chair?
Yes, continue.
Well, I think, we have a new CFO starting about now, and we haven't met her yet, but...
You're going to be meeting her later in this meeting.
Oh, okay. But that might be something, if you have recommendations, speaking for myself, again, I'd be happy to hear them about, are there particular percentages, for example? We had talked in the past around having actually an amendment to our long-term financial plan that might detail some of that and put some criteria around how we deal with accumulated surplus and what might be available for discretionary spending in the future to avoid overtaxation. But I think, again, speaking for myself, I think that's something we might want to put a little bit of structure to.
Yeah, we'd be very happy to contribute to that discussion and meet the new Director of Finance as well. So maybe that's something that we can pick up with the Director of Finance sort of shortly after the audit's completed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Other questions? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just curious, in Appendix A, you speak about the percent of general government expense of taxation revenue and how that trend has been decreasing, which is positive. I'm just curious if you have kind of benchmarks relative to other municipalities where that's typically set.
What we were finding is that province-wide, it was coming in at about 22%. So sort of between 20 to 22. So a couple of years ago, the district was clearly sort of above that threshold, and it's come down over time. I'm not entirely sure what the mechanisms of why that was taking place, but it's something that we could look into further if that's of interest. But I think the overall takeaway is that clearly that number's come more in line with where other municipalities sit.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Paul, thanks for the presentation. Even though I didn't have the report to follow along, I really got it. Even though I am terrible with numbers and I'm the farthest thing from an accountant. And Roderick, thank you for the additional context that you provided. I want to take the unappropriated accumulated surplus one more step further with context. So I heard 1%, which was lower than most communities around British Columbia. And I think I heard a figure of $2 million associated with that 1%. And then I believe I also heard we're in a position where soon that could be bumping to 13.5 million. And I'm wondering if we can get a percentage comparison that relates to the 1%. So where does that take us in the future as expressed as a percentage? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. So here I'll break up my my little math calculator here. We'll just. So that would bring it up to 4.5% of total accumulated surplus. So one of the things that I think management will want to do when looking at what the right level to set here is so it shouldn't necessarily be in relation to total accumulated surplus because there's sort of different factors that go into it. That unappropriated surplus or that working capital reserve that Councillor Race was referring to, you would want to look at it in relation to sort of your overall sort of cash flow cycle and your level of comfort over how much of a buffer you want over that total cash flow cycle. So that's more than just an analysis over a percentage. So even though that percentage would be higher at 4.5%, is it the right number? I don't know. I can say that, I had a conversation with another municipality the other night, and they target 10% for this figure. Now, whether that's the right number or whether council's more conservative or they have different aspects of their operations that create a need there, I'm uncertain around that. But just really that this is a number worth looking at in light of potential cash flow challenges that could be coming up down the road.
Chair, can I have follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so if we're currently at 1% and we're projected to be somewhere around 4.5%, and then there's a community out there that's at 10%, could you give us a percentage figure of where most other communities are at? Is it somewhere close to 4.5 or is it closer to 10?
Yeah, not off the top of my head, to be honest, and it's
okay.
it's really council driven, right? And the level of risk and comfort that different councils are willing to take on this matter, and how municipalities decide to fund their operations, whether they want to fund more through debt versus reserves. And so we've actually seen over time that the philosophy around this can change quite dramatically depending on the composition of council and sort of the flavor of the day, if you will. Right now, communities are definitely leaning towards, higher reserves, building up net financial assets, saving before spending more as opposed to using debt to finance a lot of things. That's the trend, but I couldn't put percentages around it per se. But it's something that we could look into. We certainly have optics over quite a large number of municipalities, and so we could get a range and provide that back.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. I'll come to you in a second, Councillor Pettengill. I just wanted to follow up on that. One of the tools that the provincial government has given to local government in light of the pandemic is to borrow from their capital reserves, so that designated surplus, which we're really not allowed to touch in normal times, and then we can pay it back over 5 years. And I'm just wondering if you're providing any advice or thoughts on the challenges or opportunities from doing that. To me, it doesn't feel like a good idea to rob from the future, but perhaps you have different thoughts, and I'm just not looking at it in a more holistic way.
No, to be honest, I hadn't given that much thought at this point in time. All of this is developing so quickly, but it's an interesting comment. I'll give it some thought.
Although I think your initial gut instinct there is probably correct, right? It's not something you want to do unless you really need to.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Pettengill?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, I'll come to you in a second. Councillor Race? Councillor Pettengill?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This is I think a question that probably comes up every year, but noticing again that most of our banking is with a major corporate bank, and thinking about, making sure that what we do spend is helping our community, especially at this time. Are there particular risks with a credit union, Chairminder, or is it really just an interest in fees sort of decision, or do you have any perspective on making a transition to a credit union for some of our banking and investing?
No. See quite a diversity in practice. Generally, it comes down to the services that the institution can provide relative to the operating needs of the municipality, and so. I think once upon a time, Van City, had certain limitations around some of the electronic services that they could provide. It's really a sort of an assessment that would want to take into consideration if you're looking to switch.
And the other thing too is is probably aware the province has stepped behind and guarantees the credit unions. So there isn't a risk of failure unless the province fails.
Thank you, Councillor Pengo. Councillor Rees?
Thank you. Just my last comment on this accumulated surplus thing. When you talk about percentages, 1%, 4%, 10%, what are these percentages of? We have other things in our long-term financial plan. I'm going by memory. I haven't looked at it for a while. We have some benchmarks in there for contributions to reserves and so forth, which I think are a percentage of our tax revenue, which right now is give or take $30 million. So what are you talking about these percentages of?
Well, it's a percentage of the total composition of accumulated surplus. So the accumulated surplus of the district is coming in at around $300 million, but that's why I said it's more than just a percentage. I mean, and I wouldn't necessarily get too focused in on that. You know, I think you've highlighted some of the detriments of just looking at a percentage. It really should be based more on the operating needs of the district and the cash flow cycle that you'd be supporting.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions at this point before we go into closed? Yes, Councillor Stoner.
Just one other quick context question. For the investment section, there's a significant jump in the value of term deposits. I'm just curious if staff or the auditor could provide some context as to what that means, where that went.
Probably a staff question.
We went from 0 to 15 million in term deposits. Just curious if staff can provide some context there.
Good morning. Basically, the term deposits, if you look in your note 3, the cash and cash equivalents, it was just a transfer between cash and term deposits.
And Linda, that was just a function of the rates you could achieve, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. If I may, I just want to provide a little bit more context into the long-range financial plan. I was just having a quick look. And in terms of unappropriated surplus, if it were to be our emergency fund, our long-term financial plan is targeting 1/8 of annual operating expenses. Our operating expenses typically are about $42 million a year, and if 1/8 of that would have been about $5.2 million. For that's what would be our target for unappropriated surplus. So with the debentures coming in, I think we would be better than target. Not saying that is the appropriate target today, as with COVID coming on, and us not exactly knowing what's going to happen, but that's the long-range plan that we've been working with.
Thank you for that clarity. Okay, before I entertain a motion to close, I just want to hand over to Ms. Glenday to introduce our new CFO.
Good morning, Council and auditors. Nice to see everyone this morning. Excited to introduce our new Chief Financial Officer, Heather Boxrud, who is on the call right now, so I'll ask her to enable her video and mic, and she can say a few words. As you know, Heather came to us most recently from Tourism Whistler, where she was the Vice President of Finance there. And yeah, we're really excited to have her. She's jumping in already with 2 feet. 2 feet, is that the right term? And so I'll just turn it over to Heather, and she can say hello, and Council, if you have any questions for her.
Thanks, Linda. Hi, Heather.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mayor. Thank you for the warm welcome, Linda. I look forward to meeting you all in person. Look forward to working with you all and leading the financial stewardship and serving the community of Squamish.
It's great to have you on board, Heather. These are trying times for everyone, so what a time to join local government. But it's great knowing that that you're here, and you have a great finance team that has been working so hard over the last few months. And I'm still amazed that an audit happened in the midst of all of this. It's outstanding. We're doing IT implementation in finance. We did an audit. We did year-end financial statements. So you have a great team that will be supporting you.
Impressive.
Any comments, council, thoughts? No. Okay. Welcome. Thanks, Heather. We'll hopefully be able to see you soon. Motion to close. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All right, everyone. Welcome back to the special business meeting for Tuesday, May 5th. We are on item 3, which is our audited financial statements. We have heard from our auditors, and so, council, if you're willing, a motion to approve the consolidated financial statements as presented today. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Any comments? I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, so council, given I do want to give people a break before the afternoon session, I'd like to suspend the order of the agenda and actually move to our consent agenda, which is item 12. This will give us and the public an opportunity to hear the presentation from staff after lunch about the financial plan bylaws. So I don't need to vote on that, do I, Robin? No. All right, so moving to item 12, consent agenda. Is there anyone that wishes to pull any letters or minutes from the agenda at this time? Councillor Anderson?
Yes, among the letters, I wish to pull item 1, Nelson Winterburn Reuse of Senior Center. Item 4, the Hilaire response to regarding the Chima Quarry permit. And the item 8, Natasha Goldbeck response to Louisa Giles re campfire bans. That's number 8. And I'm not sure what number or order we gave to the My Sea to Sky and the House Sound students correspondence, but I would like to discuss those as well.
The Sea to Sky is under item 11A3, so will not be covered in the consent agenda. And the students' letter is 14A2, which is action requested. So that will be discussed by council.
It will then just be those 3 that I've mentioned, 1, 4, and 8.
Thank you. Anything else, council? I would like to pull letter 6 from Ruth Simons about the House Sound Forum. Okay, so with those items removed, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. So those letters we will do under 14. Is that right? We'll do 14A. We'll do them after the other letters. So we'll move on to that now. The first item was from Tim Sear about kiteboarding out of season and that this be referred to staff. I believe, Ms. Arthurs, you were going to speak to this because I believe it has been responded to.
Good morning, Council. So this item was referred to Meg Toom, our wildlife coordinator. We're getting a bit of feedback. Hang on. See if that's any better. It might not be us. Might be something. Is that better? No, it's somebody on this. I'm good.
Can you mute that computer?
They're muted. Okay. Try that.
There, that should work.
Okay. All right. So this item was referred 2 weeks ago to our wildlife coordinator contractor, Meg Toom, and she was in touch with Flynn Roard, resource officers, and our conservation officer service, Sergeant Simone Gravel. They are the jurisdictions with responsibility over the WMA, Wildlife Management Area, and the spit and the activity on the water, not the District of Squamish. So we do get, seasonally, we get complaints, and then Meg works with the province on management of the complaints and the concerns that are expressed, especially around nesting season. Especially Sergeant Gravel, he takes it very seriously and he investigates it. So this has been referred to staff, and then the province took the complaint and they, ran with it, dealt with it where we can't. So it's not actually about the spit and the windsurfers. We have a non-exclusive license on the spit, only for the southern third toe of the spit, and it doesn't even come into play until May 15th. So we don't have any authorization, authority, or jurisdiction to manage these types of complaints outside of windsurfing season. So the other thing that was important about this too is some of the concerns had to do with distancing, and that part of the complaint was referred to our EOC, to Ms. Golbeck and Ms. Say, and they went and had people out talking to windsurfers about the distancing, and they did take that part of it on though.
Okay, so do we still need to refer this to staff, or can we receive this letter?
I think you can receive this letter because it's not our jurisdiction.
At this time? 10 more days. Any questions, Council? Okay, just a motion to receive the letter from Mr. Sear. Moved by Councillor Herford, second by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we had a lovely letter from Michaela McLeod, who's part of the graduating class from Howe Sound Secondary. And she writes that as a class, our prom has been canceled and we have money from this left over. We may be donating this money and we are wondering where to donate. Lots of people in the community and the world are struggling right now, and we are wondering if you could compile a recommended list of communities, nonprofits, or organizations that could really use some extra help from the donation right now. Thank you for your time. So I told Michaela that we would put it on our agenda today and discuss as a council, and I can write back and provide her with a list of council's thoughts on where this might be best placed.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Race.
Thank you. And you referred those comments to me through an email, and I didn't receive any, but the one that jumped out at me was the food bank. And so I'll put that out for consideration.
Yeah, that's a good point. There is the Feed the Need campaign that all the local governments in the corridor have initiated with CSGI Community Services. So, and that is to benefit all food banks in the corridor. So that's a great suggestion. Councillor French, did I see your hand there?
Yeah, I agree. The food bank is excellent, and I might also suggest the House on Women's Center Society in light of increases in domestic violence and the need to fund increased resources there, and the Sea to Sky branch of the SPCA has also indicated that COVID-19 is impacting them. And so those three would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Any others? Yes, Councillor Stoner, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Pettengill.
I'll put Squamish Helping Hands on the list as they're still continuing with this variety of their programming, in particular their lunch program to kids.
Great, thank you. Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, thank you. The four I would have mentioned have all been mentioned now. I don't know if anyone is able to clarify, though. I think Helping Hands and the food bank and the Women's Center were collaborating through the food bank, but they also have their own donations separately as well. And as someone who's trying to help myself, I sometimes get a little bit confused about where the best need is. Do we have a sense of, if you go to the food bank, it will sort of be distributed fairly among everyone, or there is a need at each of these agencies independently, and we just kind of need to spread it around as best we can?
Well, I think the graduating class will make that decision about where to place it. They were looking to us for some suggestions of places we know that are feeling a need right now. And certainly, I think highlighting the Feed the Need campaign, which is to support the food banks most in need through the corridor, is important, but happy to highlight the individual organizations that are behind all of those things. Okay, so I do have Feed the Need being supported through the Sea to Sky Community Services, House Sound Women's Center, the Squamish Helping Hands, and certainly the lunch program, which is more youth focused, the Squamish branch of the BC SPCA. And the other one I might ask them to consider is the contributing to the new Youth Hub capital campaign as an initial donation is the other one that I thought would be helpful to put on their list, which is also being coordinated through Sea to Sky Community Services. Okay, so do I need a motion, or can I just write that letter? We should get a motion. Okay, the motion is...
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Reyes.
I was just going to move that we make those suggestions to the graduating class, ones you listed.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Stoner. That the mayor respond to Michaela McLeod with a list of community groups mentioned during the May 5th special business meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, everyone, and thank you to the graduating class of 2020 for being so generous. I know this is tough when you can't have your prom. I feel really badly for them. I don't know, in Australia they're doing frocked up Fridays where everyone gets dressed up. I feel like the graduating class should get dolled up. We should somehow acknowledge them. I'll do it too. I don't know, but if they're listening, I'm happy to participate in whatever way they feel like it'd be a good use of their energy. It's pretty sad. I'd love to see them and what they look like. I know that's a really important moment for all of them. Okay, so we have some letters that we pulled from the consent agenda. Perhaps Councillor Anderson, I'll get you to go through the three that you have pulled, starting with letter 1.
Yes. Letter 1 is the letter from the Squamish Senior Society Representative Nelson Winterburn regarding use of the senior center. I just wanted to make a more general comment. The letter touches on issues, but I believe that seniors' issues are, in fact, if we were to enumerate them, that are around the community, that are discussed often, they are, in fact, more or broader than this. And I think that it's also a community issue, if you like. It's not a community responsibility to have a vision and a strategy on our part of council and district regarding seniors. I'd just like to put forward the idea that we might in future consider a senior strategy for Squamish along the lines of what we have executed with the youth strategy during this last year. That's just an idea I put forward, perhaps for us to take up again during budget time this year or next. But I do feel that the issues touched on go beyond this letter, but that the letter is genuine in reflecting a broad section of opinion in the community. So I think it's something that for us to consider to a senior strategy along the lines of youth strategy. I'll leave it at that as just a comment for future discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. And I know there is age-friendly community grant funding through UBCM, so that is also a potential to look into. Many communities throughout the province have taken advantage of that funding to do something quite similar to what you've just addressed. Do you want to do a letter 4, please?
I'm sorry, Mary Ellen, did I want to?
Your next letter, letter 4.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Herford, sorry.
Councillor
Herford, did you have a question?
Yeah, should we move receipt of that letter? That was fair comment, and I don't disagree, but procedurally.
Yep.
Or do them all together.
I was going to do them all together, but
seeing as the others may have different destination, I'd move receipt of that one.
Okay, we'll move receipt of the Mr. Winterburn letter, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, sorry, letter 4, please, Councillor Anderson.
Yes, letter 4 concerns citizen concerns regarding the proposed TEMA or the TEMA quarry permit and quarrying activity on lots 509, 510. I'd like to make the suggestion that there is, we can, together with the ministry and between ministry and our staff, work to provide some better measurement as to what kind of activity we can anticipate. What I'm referring to is trucks of rock. We see the figures here, 10,000 tons. We see the figure 2,000 tons per year for 5 years. What does that mean? I think it would benefit the discussion to have a general picture of this. I calculated a small truck can take up to 20 tons, 16 to 20 tons. That means 500 loads is 10,000 tons. That's not a lot. For comparison, we have 10 to 12,000 truckloads arriving at our waterfront from the forest industry over a year. That is vastly bigger amount of activity. So I'm making the suggestion that the metrics that we are seeing in this report could be improved for community discussion and whatever our take is on or the neighborhood's concerns are, that they be translated to an understandable metric, and that is truckloads, number of trucks on the roads. And from my calculation, back the envelope calculation, I'm sure our public works staff could immediately assist. It's not a lot of truckloads.
So would you like to make a motion to that end? Because we did make a prior motion asking council or staff to report back on the tools that we had to manage the mining operations impact on our citizens and our infrastructure. And if this is something that you would like to add to that, you could put that in the form of a motion.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the suggestion, and I did support or do support that that we must be monitoring and be concerned about this activity. I guess my motion then I put forward is as follows: that we endeavor to find metrics for public discussion purposes, public education and discussion purposes regarding the anticipated activity resulting from the quarrying on lots 509, 510. I'll try that again, that we endeavor to find some metrics to assist in public discussion and public education regarding the quarrying activity on 509, 510. Specifically with respect to truck trucking activity.
Thank you. Did you catch that? Councillor Race?
And I'll second it, but I think we want the words refer to staff to provide that.
Yes.
Just assume that that's part of the motion. So I'll second that.
Thank you. I'd be supportive of that amendment.
I'm just looking at Shar to make sure she caught all that. So we're good. We have that motion put forward by Councillor Anderson and seconded by Councillor Race. I see a hand. Councillor Pettengill.
Yes, thank you. Just a question: if the intention is that that staff ask the ministry to provide this, or that we're asking staff to do this work. And one of the reasons I ask then is what scope are we thinking? Because my understanding is even a quote unquote small number of large diesel trucks in a neighborhood has a significant impact on air quality and respiratory health and that sort of thing. And I think that's one of the next letters we're going to be talking about. So, is it just metrics around number of trucks, or is it pollution and noise and impacts on turning circles? Like, what scope are you intending, and who is going to be providing that information?
Councillor Anderson, through the chair.
Yes, if I may comment, I think that the information is readily available by anybody in the trucking industry, including our Public Works Department. But the purpose is to assist discussion. We can, I think, and I'm not going to address the particular letters, but we will hear and have heard concerns in the community. I think that we can do a better job of informing the discussion with a better, and it is for all of the above, Councillor Pettengill. Traffic on our streets, safety, and noise and air pollution. I think that the discussion of all of those factors could be assisted by a better metric as to the scale of activity that we can anticipate.
Councillor French.
Thank you. I'm just thinking that I'll be supporting this motion with the understanding that I don't actually support quarrying on those properties. I would rather see the growth management boundary changed so that the owners of this property can begin the process of applying for rezoning and eliminate the need for quarrying. Thank you.
I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I have pulled letter 6 for Ruth Simons, and so we met at the end of April, the elected officials and civil society groups around Howe Sound. We usually meet in person. It was supposed to be in Whistler. We met virtually on Zoom, and it was a great meeting. And I just want to draw people's attention to the image that was created and is included in our package on page 116. And so each elected official that was on the call was asked to provide 3 words that reflected their current state of mind in light of the pandemic. And of course, when you do these word clouds, the words that are used the most are the largest. And I find it sort of a positive note, a silver lining to this pandemic, that the biggest word on that word cloud is the word grateful. And for a whole bunch of elected officials who have certainly, the next largest word is concern, felt a lot of concern for their communities, for our healthcare system, for our first responders. I think overwhelmingly around Howe Sound and through the corridor, there's been such a great amount of support, both from other local governments, our MLA, our MP, our staff, and from our citizens, that it is great to see that a bunch of politicians overwhelmingly felt grateful through the last 7 weeks, which I think is pretty telling, that there is a bit of a silver cloud to this whole awful pandemic. So I just wanted to point that out, because sometimes all we see is the bad news right now, and I think there are lessons to be learned, and a lot of things that are being appreciated by those of us who are working to lead through this. So I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to that. Motion to, I guess we need to receive the letter from R. Hilaire and R. Simons then as part of this motion. Moved by me, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, before we break for lunch, Councillor Anderson, you pulled letter 8 from the correspondence that was referred to staff.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. I'm referring to the letter. I would like to refer the letter from, or the correspondence between Louisa Giles and our Natasha Goldbeck regarding air quality and campfire bans. I'd like to suggest that that can be referred to the Sea to Sky Air Quality Society, or Sea to Sky Clean Air Society, excuse me. A referral to the Clean Air Society. Now, it still is functioning as a society. In fact, I'm a director. And so to simply a referral, I think that should be a matter of course for correspondence regarding air quality issues. Councillor Pettengill and myself have participated in a couple of meetings facilitated by the Fraser Basin Council in recent months regarding air quality management plan issues. And in short, the status of our organizations in air quality in this corridor is in flux, but the society still exists and would welcome a receipt of this letter, this correspondence. So this is my motion that this letter, correspondence between Natasha Goldbeck of the District of Squamish and Louisa Giles regarding air quality issues be referred to the Sea to Sky Clean Air Society.
And also received for information. Can I add that to your motion? Is that you seconding, yes. Councillor French? Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Quickly now, if we can do the approval of the advisory design panel minutes from April 16th. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Councillor Stoner, you wish to speak to them?
Yeah, I just noted that there was no indication that that meeting was held electronically on the minutes. I think that that is an important addition.
So they'll be amended? They'll be amended to include that? Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Council, we will recess until 1 o'clock, at which time we'll come back and move on with our agenda, going back to item 10A. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this special business meeting on Tuesday, May 5th. We are on item 5. Council, are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Okay, our CIO is having a bit of a technical problem, so I'm going to go a little bit slowly. We do not have any delegations or petitions or proclamations today. There is no one here from the public, although we are live streaming. And we have no timed items today. So we are going to move on to our bylaws, which is item 10. Under the state of emergency, the province has provided local governments with the ability to pass bylaws by giving them all 3 readings and adoption on the same day, which is what we are going to do today with our amended financial plan, if that is the pleasure of council. So, So what will happen, council, is that we will, as you see under each item, there is a motion to first give first 3 readings. And then if we are successful in passing 3 readings, then we would move on to the motion around adoption. Similar to the way that for those that have been at the regional district, that they adopt some of their bylaws there. Should we recess, Robin, or is she coming? I'll just... Ms. Glenday, are you on the line yet? Sorry, Council, she's just calling in. She's having some technical difficulties. Okay. Council, we're going to recess for 5 minutes. Certainly, you're welcome to stay on the line, but don't everybody hang up. But we are going to recess for our live stream just until we get Ms. Glenday on the line. We are back. Thank you, everyone, for your patience while we overcame that technical difficulty. Our CAO, Ms. Glenday, is here with us. So we will move on to item 10A, which is the amendment to our 5-year financial plan. Ms. Glenday.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. Robin, I'm assuming you've got the PowerPoint happening. So last week, staff brought a proposed financial plan amendment to Council for consideration and direction in light of the COVID pandemic and the stresses that that's putting on the community and the organization. Based on Council's direction, we have brought back an amended financial plan bylaw for 2020, incorporating all of the proposed changes. Is the presentation up and I can't see it?
Can you see it now, Ms. Glenday?
I can, thank you. So next slide, please.
Okay, now I think we're all ready to go.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your patience. The purpose of amending the financial plan, just to reiterate, as I mentioned, in light of our unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, is ultimately fiscal responsibility to community and to local government. Council, as well as staff, recognize that there are pressure on our citizens and on businesses right now in terms of their own finances. We want to make sure that our cash flow position for the local government and our ability to provide services is healthy for the next 12 months. The amendment also takes into consideration smoothing out of taxes so that there isn't a big leap in future years as we recover. And then ultimately that with the COVID pandemic interruption, with people learning to work virtually from home and closing of our facilities, that some projects just are no longer feasible in 2020. Thank you, Robin. Next slide. As a reminder, what we proposed or sent out to budget managers was a criteria through which they were to apply to their projects, their capital projects, and their operating expenses. And based on these criteria, we proposed the amended budget. Next slide, please. So first, staff identified potential revenue deficits as a result of the pandemic. The first and most obvious is our recreation center and programming, as it's currently closed, and that revenue deficit is approximately $70,000 a month right now. Currently, we're unable to collect revenue from transit. There's been a recent announcement about
changing. In June, that said, our assumption is that the ridership will continue to be low. Looking ahead for long-term forecasting, there may be a potential slowdown in development permitting. We haven't seen that just yet, but certainly we will keep our eyes on that. And worst case scenario, we will amend the bylaw again, but ultimately, as mentioned last week, and a reminder is that in terms of forecasting and long-term view of the impact of the pandemic, that staff are working on that, and this is our initial amendment to the bylaw to face our immediate pressures in 2020. Robin, thanks. So next is reducing our operating expenses, and ultimately this is to offset those revenue deficits. Given the delay, public works seasonal staff have not yet been hired, so the vacancies through the spring are providing a break there in terms of our spend, which will offset revenue. Our service level change capacity growth with our hiring also will be delayed, and we're not avoiding that hiring, we're just delaying it in order to offset the revenue deficit. And then we are significantly reducing our conference and training budget for staff. Next slide, please, Robin. Last week, we went over the special projects that will be removed from this year's budget or delayed. In addition, we added council direction to increase the budget for information technology, given that we will likely be in a virtual world for quite some time to come. And with the change in the projects from engineering, this continues to net out at $150,000 reduction in tax. Next slide, please, Robin. Our capital projects that directly impact tax revenue, there are 4 of them that we will be delaying. And then there are a significant number of capital projects that will be delayed. Next slide, please, Robin, that don't directly affect the tax revenue ask. There is savings, of course, with financing costs because we won't be borrowing, but ultimately these projects fit the balance of the criteria where we don't have the capacity this year to complete them. And also we are prioritizing the capital works to ensure our long-term infrastructure and master plans continue moving forward. Next slide. I just split them out onto 2 slides because it was becoming a bit of an eye chart, as we like to say. This is the detail for the illustration of the scope of all of the projects in the capital budget that will be delayed. The total capital budget is $6.6 million. As mentioned, $440,000 of that is directly coming off of the revenue ask that was initially in our financial plan. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the total amount that is coming off of our current financial plan by law, and we are reducing the revenue ask by $838,000 between service level changes, special operating projects, and our capital projects. Next slide. So this is a table that we added to try and illustrate in a very simple format the change impact. So our current financial plan indicates the total tax revenue of $30.8 million. The original ask in our current financial bylaw was $1.4 million over last year, which was 4.9% increase. With growth from non-market change, so the property assessment grew with new development, that revenue ask overall was 1.96%. With this amended financial plan, the ask over last year is just over $600,000 for non-discretionary and service level changes, which is just over 2%, and then less the non-market growth, it's actually a decrease from last year's revenue. So our last slide is the slide you're all familiar with that you've seen several times, and this is the summary with adjustments, just more detail of the previous slide. And with that, I do know that there were questions about, I'll just finish with, the conference and training for council was not directed last week, but I do know there are questions about it. As well, it was brought to my attention around the additional cleaning and custodian charges or expenses that we will likely be facing for the balance of the year. At this time, staff have not scoped that out in detail. While we're under the state of emergency with the province, those costs are covered. But for the balance of the year, when that is lifted, they won't be. In talking to finance, we're confident that should council direct us to reduce the conference and training out of your budget, and regardless of that, within our operations, we can offset or find offsets for the cleaning and the custodial work. We don't need to amend the bylaw to do that because it's so detailed that we can do that within the current financial plan and just ensure that we don't change the revenue assets in the current bylaw. So with that, I'll turn it over to council for questions, and then after Roland is prepared to speak to the next bylaw, which is the tax rate.
Thank you, Ms. Glende. The other issue that came up last week was around IT and making sure we had enough to accommodate any new engagement technology and public hearings done electronically or otherwise.
Yes, we've included $20,000 in the budget for that. And with the change in engineering projects, the total amount that we took out for special operating projects plus the IT expense that we anticipate still nets out at $150,000.
Okay, council, any other questions? Councillor Herford.
Thank you. In one of the slides, I don't know how easy it is for everyone to bring the slides back up, but I believe it was under service level changes, there was festival support was one of the line items, and it had a 0 attached to it. I just wondered if that was a typo, or if you could explain the...
Marilyn, yes, I can explain that. That was to be... the festival organizers were going to reimburse the district for that amount. So it doesn't affect our tax ask, but we want to be specific around what work we will and won't be doing.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? We did go through this last week in quite a lot of detail. Yes, Ms. Glende.
If I might have specific direction from council, if you would like us to reduce your training and budget line item.
I think in line with staff, I think that that's wise. We've already had LMLGA canceled, we've had FCM canceled, and I think UBCM will proceed in some way, shape, or form, but not likely in person. So it would be a virtual type of event, I think, and Councillor Stoner may have a bit more visibility because she sits on the LMLGA board, but I'm not sure that our money wouldn't be, for conferences, wouldn't be put to better use around supporting cleaning and supplies and the pandemic response rather than just leaving it there. Other councillors may have other opinions. Councillor Herford?
In general, I agree with that sentiment that we should do a reduction. I'm just curious when these organizations come up with a new plan. Generally, those I wouldn't expect those to be free. There'd be a huge reduction in our travel expenses and so on. But just so we can, I'd like to leave enough, whatever that is, so that we can participate in the virtual conferences or what have you. So somewhere like an 80% reduction is probably covers it, but just to leave something there that we can participate in what is available or what becomes available, as we don't know what that is yet.
Yeah, Ms. Glende, I don't know whether there's a formula you applied to the staff conference budget or Mr. Russell?
Yes, what I would like to add is what we have done at this point is we have identified component of the total amount of travel and conferences available, and we've compared that to historic spending, and we recognize that we could reduce that budget by approximately $150,000. That amount has not been specifically identified against individual departments or components within the overall travel budget at this point. We're going to look at that in more detail as we move through the year and as we prepare our budget forecast for 2021. We're quite confident that on an overall basis, the organization will be able to save that amount of money. We would anticipate that if council wishes to participate in having a slight reduction applied to them also, we would apply that within the current amount that have been identified, unless council directs us to increase it.
Is that clear to everybody? No. I'm seeing yeses and nos, Mr. Russell. So,
okay.
Is there a way to rephrase that?
Sure. I think the easiest way to rephrase it is we've reviewed the spending patterns of the last couple of years, and there has been a surplus in the training budget in both 18 and 19. We've identified that amount as an amount that could be reduced on an overall basis. We have not had an opportunity to go back and allocate that individually to departments, and we would do that as part of our process to create the starting point for the 2021 budget.
Ms. Glende, I saw your hand, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Herbert.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm the interpreter on behalf of finance, so bear with me, Roland. So in addition to the surplus, we are also contemplating further reductions in training and conferences for 2020 alone to offset a loss of revenues. And given the time pressure of this amendment, no, we haven't really put any science to that other than estimating, you know, sort of thumbnail what we won't spend, which is likely quite a bit. And we can certainly do that with council as well, whether it's a 2/3 reduction or half reduction at this time, and work with that in terms of our operational offsetting for cleaning and what else we need to do at that operational level. I hope that makes it a little bit more clear.
So I think between the two of you, I heard that we're being rolled into that $150,000 savings.
No, I would say that we would increase it.
Oh, we are going to increase it. Okay. And we can do that with this bylaw? We don't need to amend the bylaw?
Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Herford?
Thank you. Just I was just cautious about in general the training budgets. I'd like to, there should be maybe a discussion around whether we need to adjust them to the amount that they're currently being used, or whether we need to ensure we get greater staff buy-in to further training. So I just want to make sure that decision gets done somewhere along the way. And I acknowledge that's not today, but it just sort of jumped out at me in the midst of this discussion.
Thank you. Any other questions for on this part of our bylaws today?
Well, Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Race.
Well, it's not a question, it was a comment on this issue. The staff are looking for direction, and I tend to agree with Councillor Herford, and I think sort of the same thing others are saying. We're not going to be traveling this year, likely. We're not going to be staying in hotels and having meals in different cities. But we might incur registration costs or webinar costs and so forth. So I agree, and I don't know what the formula exactly would be, to hold back some portion of it or leave it in the budget. The balance of it, I think, certainly could be repurposed. I wouldn't amend the financial plan that's before us in the sense that I wouldn't want to change the tax requisition. But I think there's likely to be either unexpected expenses or unexpected revenue losses between now and the end of the year. given everything we were going through. And so I would just be inclined to kind of hold it as a buffer or repurpose it if staff thought that there was a particular thing that wanted to be or that had to be covered. Did that make sense?
Who would like to respond? Ms. Glendale?
I can. I don't know if you see my video. Mayor Elliott, I've got my hand up. I just don't know if you can see me.
I can. It's just slightly delayed.
Okay. Essentially, what Councillor Race said is what staff or what I was articulating is that we would not change the revenue requisition in the financial plan at all, but within our operational, within our operational budget, and I was speaking to Linda Klassen about 10 to 1, so forgive Roland if he's not up to speed with our conversation, is that within our operational budget, without amending the financial plan today or going forward, we can offset these relatively smaller operational items, whether it be conference training, cleaning supplies.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Chair?
Yes, Councillor Race.
Well, I'm going back to Ms. Glenda's earlier comment where she was looking for direction. Are you looking for a form of motion, or has she received enough direction?
Go ahead, Ms. Glenda.
Mayor Elliott, I feel like I have enough direction.
I would feel more comfortable if we put this in a motion, which is, I think what we're saying is that council directs staff to use a portion of council's conference and training budget to put towards operational expenses related to the pandemic in 2020.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Race. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries, just so that we have that on the record. And then, okay, why don't we go through all the presentations and then we'll do all the readings after that. So, Mr. Russell, you're doing the presentation on the tax rate bylaw?
I am.
Okay, we'll just pull up the slides here. Yes, it is part of the same presentation, I believe.
It is. I think it's like 1 or 2 slides down. Rob?
So now we'll be talking about tax rate bylaw number 2754, 2020.
That is correct. That is correct. So on the first slide, we're showing a comparison of tax rates and tax ratios. What I want to outline on this slide is that there have been a few specific recommendations made, one of which I will just say not reflected in the chart that you see in front of you. The reason I say that is in this chart, major industry is still at 27. The bylaw that you have in front of you reflects the correct amount, equaling the 30.26. So I apologize that that was not updated on this slide, although the change has been made in the bylaw that is before you. The other comment that I would like to make that should be pointed out with respect to this is we have reduced the business ratio from 2.63 to 2.57, and that was done to reduce the impact of taxes on businesses, because we recognize that COVID-19 is having an impact on households' finances. It's also having an impact on businesses' cash flow. Next screen, please, or next slide, please. Within that, for 2020, the rates that we are looking at on average would show a 0.5, my apologies, a 0.5% reduction in the average residential rate, a 0.6% reduction in the average business rate. The rates for average single family and average strata are going to differ from those. Strata is lower significantly due to a fall in assessed value. The rate for average single family is slightly higher due to a slight increase in assessed value for average single family. It should be pointed out at this point that although it is the intent to reduce the overall tax rates, although the overall tax rates have been reduced, the impact upon any individual property owner, business or residential, will vary from this average based on their assessed value, changes in assessed value from year to year, and that may be impacted for residences by which location they are in within the community and whether the overall average for that community might have increased or decreased. So we're proposing a change in tax rates, which is a reduction, and we're anticipating that the impact would be on average minus 0.5% for business and residential, approximately. And I will go on to the next slide, please. You'll see that for strata in both average strata and downtown, we've seen a decrease, and in Tantalus, we've seen a slight decrease, although nowhere near as significant as that downtown. So again, this just shows how the impact of changing assessed values in different neighborhoods within the community are going to impact your eventual tax dollars owed. Next slide, please. And in this instance, you'll see the same is occurring on businesses, except kind of reversed in that businesses in Cleveland, the downtown area, have seen their assessed values go up, whereas businesses in Tantalus and that area around Garibaldi have seen their assessed values remain relatively stable and constant. Therefore, they'll see a slight decrease in in taxes, whereas a business downtown may see a slight increase in taxes. Next slide, please. I will stop at this point, and I will answer questions with respect to what we are proposing for tax rates for 2020. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Race.
Thank you. Mr. Russell, could you go back to the first slide, the one that had tax rates and ratios? And I might have missed your comment. I was looking for something else when you were talking about it. But number 4, major industry, you still have at 27.
The comment that I made is that the value that you will see in the bylaw and in the bylaw report is correct. This slide, this specific slide was not updated, and it still shows the 27.
Okay, because I'm looking at the one. I'm looking at the one that's on page 46, where the major industry is 30.26, et cetera, and the ratio for Squamish is 10.18 versus the BC average of 7.59. So the one that's in the report, then, the written report is correct.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Councillor Stoner.
Mr. Russell, could you just clarify, when we reduce the business and other tax ratio down to 2.57 from 2.63, which tax class picks up that difference?
Could we go back to the slide deck for a moment, Robin? And I think it will be easiest to show that answer with respect to that slide. If you'll look at this slide, Class 6, business and other, and Class 7, managed forest, are both 2.57%. Those are the two that went down slightly from 2019. And in fairness, the impact is all felt in Class 6, business and other. I believe the total tax take from Class 7 managed forest is less than $10,000 annually.
Yes, Councillor Stoner.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, when we reduce the ratio of one class, though, another class has to increase to pick up that difference. Am I correct in saying that?
In this specific instance, I would suggest, yes, on an overall basis, if one area is going down, another area is going up, what we've done is the reduction in rate for businesses, the reduction in the ratio for business, was done in an attempt to balance the overall tax reduction or tax rate for residential and business. So what we were trying to do was reduce that ratio so that they both came out to the same number. And you'll see that one's minus 0.5, one's minus 0.6. To be fair, that's rounding. I mean, one's probably 56 and the other one's 54. So what we were attempting to do was keep the residential at 1, which it has to be, and then we were adjusting business down to try to reduce the percentage change in taxes for businesses so that it would be the same or as close as possible to that of residential. So in fairness, it doesn't really impact any other area. It's just an adjustment of business down offset by residential.
Any other questions?
So, Chair?
Yes, Councillor Race.
Thank you. Could we go back to that slide we had up just a second ago, please?
I guys like that one.
Thank you. So, in the discussions we had, and we were setting these rates, I talked about going to the BC average for a variety of things, and one of them was the major industry. And what I was thinking is that we would go in the BC average for ratio to residential. What we ended up with is the BC average on the mill rate, 30.2, and that might have been my mistake, but the intent or the result is quite different because we end up with a ratio, not on the screen here, but in the report it shows 10.18% to 1 for heavy industry to residential, as opposed to the BC average of 7.59. It's not something that makes a difference this year because we have nobody that falls into that class. But I just want to highlight that was my intent. And I'm not sure if we want to bother changing it now or whether we just think about that when it comes up again next year to have a discussion around it. it's maybe a bigger issue than we want to deal with right now, but I'll just put it out there. That was my intent when we were having that discussion. I think, and I don't know why I made that mistake, I think we were looking at two separate slides when we considered that. But nowhere else in the tax rate in the first two columns from the left does the Squamish mill rate and the BC average correspond. It's what we've been trying to do is sort of focus on the ratios to residential as who shares what burden of the taxes that we require. So we kind of got off, in my mind, we got a little bit offside there. As I say, I'm not sure what it would take to change it now, but that was my intent when I raised it.
Are you looking for a response, Councillor Race?
It was more a comment, not a question.
Okay.
But if there is a response, happy to hear it.
What I would point out is there is a calculation shown at the bottom of that slide. And what it indicates is that the weighted average for the port currently is 8.78%, or sorry, 8.78 is the weighted average ratio for the port. That's a combination of the port improvements and the port main rate. So what that's suggesting is that the BC average 7.59 is significantly below the current rate that we are charging for the port, the maximum of 27. So without doing the full calculation, I would suggest that to go to that rate is not going to generate a number of around 30, probably going to generate a number closer to 25 or 26.
If I can respond?
So it might be a conversation for another time.
That was going to be my response. It's a bigger issue. To me, it's about competitiveness and where we want to sit our tax structure. And I go back to the discussion we had my first year of council and why we got the rates to more or less where they were now. So I'm happy to leave it right now because for major industry doesn't have anybody in its class and it doesn't change our revenue at all. I'll just point out, as I said, I think it is a topic for discussion in the future.
Agreed.
Okay, we'll leave it at that, and I would be happy to look into this in conjunction with any other questions they have.
Thank you. Councillor Pettengill, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I'll leave it to the further discussion, but for what it's worth, I did have the intent of the outcome we see here. So I think it is a discussion for a future day, maybe.
Yes, I think there were councillors on both sides of that discussion, so we will hold it over to a different discussion. Any other questions on the tax rate bylaw? Okay, and then I don't know whether Ms. Glendale or Mr. Russell wanted, we don't have a presentation on the utility rates bylaw, but maybe you could just set the context for why we've brought those forward again.
Sure, I would be happy to. The utility rates, in fairness, the specific bylaw that's being presented by Ms. Klassen, the alternate, and I apologize if I don't have the wording correctly, the alternate tax scheme bylaw.
Yes.
That bylaw is designed to move the penalty date, and the changes in the utility bylaws are being made to change the penalty date in the utility bylaws individually, because in that instance, the actual date is within the bylaw. It's not in a centralized tax bylaw. It's in the individual utility bylaws. So what we're doing there is we're aligning the date to October 1st for penalty, so that penalties would apply to utilities and taxes at the same time.
Thank you. I see Ms. Klassen has popped up. Did you want to add anything, Ms. Klassen?
At this point, just more of a question, are we ready to go to the alternative tax scheme presentation?
Council, any final questions for Roland? Okay, then we're ready.
All right. I believe Robin has a presentation.
Good thing the camera's not on Robin. We can't see it yet. Just see it at the bottom. Okay. Did you lose it, Vanessa? I think we're having a technical difficulty. Did you lose the feed?
I can proceed without the slides if you like.
You're still on the list, but your camera's been shut off. I can see your name once. Okay, what do you want me to do? Okay, Council, you have your slides that were sent to you. So Ms. Klassen, if you want to begin.
Okay. With this presentation, we're going to present the alternative municipal tax collection scheme and the related bylaws, as Roland had earlier mentioned. On April 16th, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing implemented a temporary legislation for local governments, which included in this legislation was the reduction of the school tax for commercial property, a postponement of the late penalty, and for late penalty for non-payment of property tax. As a result, on April 28th, at the Committee of the Whole, staff introduced an alternative tax scheme, and these bylaws are a result of that direction received at that meeting. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. What allows us to make these changes is in the community charter under Section 235. It provides the legislation to provide an alternative tax scheme. In that alternative tax scheme, we will see a due date, a penalty options, and an option to elect for the general taxation scheme that we have had in previous years. Next slide, please. In the alternative tax collection scheme bylaw, you will see due dates, and the due date is going to remain at July 2nd, 2020. This allows for property tax and utility collections to continue from the public that can actually pay, and also for mortgage companies. The penalties are scheduled on October the 1st and December the 1st, 5% in each event. The amended utility bylaws will follow the same penalty percentages as due date. And properties may elect the general scheme, but it's likely they will not elect to do that. However, we have to include it into our bylaw, and it provides us with it provides the property owners with a period of grace if they cannot make that payment. And it also reduces some of the administrative complexity if we had different due dates, different penalty dates for utilities, for commercial versus private homeowners. Our next steps, once these bylaws are adopted, would be to implement our notices. Communication will be key, especially as it relates to the deferment program. If there are homeowners private homeowners that are residential homeowners that may have difficulty, and if they follow within the guidelines of the deferment program, it'll be important for them to know how to apply for that deferment program with their province. And as well, we're going to be looking at, with the business continuity team as we move forward, how do we move forward in this COVID-19 scenario? How do we move forward with collection? So we're looking at that as well. And that's, next slide. I think there's questions.
All right, Council. Thank you, Ms. Klassen. And any last questions on the Alternative Municipal Tax Collection Scheme bylaw? Councillor Stoner and then Councillor Pettengill.
Thank you. Through the chair, wondering if Ms. Klassen can just clarify what it means that property owners can elect the general scheme. So if they choose to, they can elect to have those penalty dates back at the original dates. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's exactly what it means. It means that the July 2nd to July 3rd penalty date would occur, as well as the October or August 1st penalty date, if they elect to do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Pettengill?
Thank you. The 5% in October and then December, are those each calculated on the original amount, or is the second 5% calculated on top of the first 5% as well? And then following after that, what happens if you fall into the next year and still haven't been able to pay? Are you then into your normal arrears process?
The penalties are on the original amounts, and then you would follow the arrears process. If you go into the following years, you would be, interest would be applicable on a month.
Ms. Klassen, is the amount of the penalty set by legislation?
The legislation says that we must charge 10%.
Any other questions? Okay. So then I think we can get on with readings. And we'll start with the 5-year financial plan bylaw. So again, there is 2 motions per bylaw. So someone would have to move first 3 readings, and then once that vote's taken place, we would move adoption. So is there someone to move first 3 readings of bylaw 2755-2020? This is the amendment to our 2020 to 2024 5-year financial plan. Moved by Councillor Pettengill. Seconded by Councillor Anderson. Are there any comments? Certainly, I want to thank staff for their due diligence, which started back at the beginning of this pandemic. I certainly know that finance staff were looking at what our financial position would be prior to the direction from council, and I'm grateful for them bringing forward a plan that I think is balanced, that keeps us on the right track, both in the short and long term, and balancing that with the needs of our citizens at this time. So I'm happy to support this motion. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. With first three readings, we can now move adoption. Is there someone who would like to move adoption of bylaw number 2755, 2020? Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to our property tax rate bylaw number 2754, 2020. Is there someone who would like to move first three readings? Moved by Councillor French. Seconded by Councillor Pettengill. You wish to speak to the motion? Yes, Councillor French.
Chair, I'll just reiterate your thoughts of thanking staff for some excellent work, hard work, diligent work, and also the collaborative nature of council over these last few weeks in supporting staff in putting this all together and directing staff. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll call the question on first three readings for bylaw number 2754, 2020. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Would someone like to move adoption of this bylaw? Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the District of Squamish Alternative Municipal Tax Collection Scheme Bylaw number 2756, 2020. Would someone like to move first three readings? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any comments on this one? Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. I did speak to this last week, and I'll just reiterate my comments that I think that this is a really important move for us to continue to keep our July 2nd deadline for those who are able to pay. Reiterate the fact that this is our cash flow for the municipality, so receiving those property taxes is important. As Ms. Classen said in her presentation, there is a provincial tax deferment program, and so if folks are eligible, urging our residents and our citizens to look into that. And otherwise, I do think that this is an important mechanism for us to be able to use, is postponing that 5% those penalty dates in order to give some flexibility to our citizens to pay where they need to. So appreciate staff's efforts to get us here.
Thank you. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And move adoption of bylaw number 2756, 2020. Moved by Councillor Pettengill, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those, yes, Councillor Pettengill, did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, and just sort of a general comment to all of these as well. I think as the mayor spoke to last time, we were in a good financial position because of the work of our staff, and I'm very thankful for that. We are looking at, for most people, a reduction in their tax bill, which is rather unheard of. I think we heard from our auditor this morning that our expenses for general government have gone way down over the past few years. So I think that speaks to the prudent fiscal management of this district. Notwithstanding all of that, I think there's a lot evolving in COVID. There's been a lot of stimulus from the federal and provincial level, but I think we're still learning about how we're going to respond. And I think we're being prudent here, and I want some money left in the tank for whatever happens next. And I think we're doing a good job of holding that balance. And so I want to thank everyone on the team for helping us make sure we're in where we are today.
Thank you, Councillor Pettengill. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We'll now give readings to the utility bylaws. So the first up is the sewer rates and regulation bylaw number 2758-2020. And again, this is just to capture the new penalty dates so that they align with the new penalty dates for property tax collection. Moving first three readings, moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Who would like to move adoption of this bylaw? I'll do that. Seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Solid Waste Utility and Regulation Bylaw. This is bylaw number 2759-2020. Who would like to move first three readings? Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Who would like to move adoption? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, the Water Rates and Regulation Bylaw. This is bylaw number 2760-2020. Moved by, first three readings, moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, adoption of the Water Rates Bylaw. I'll move that, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I don't know how long that power is going to last to be able to do all four readings in a day, but there you go. We've done it. I do want to put forward to Council a thought here. And now that we've sort of addressed the financial piece of how we can support our citizens, I have been talking to other municipalities and looking at news from around the world, certainly from cities that are a bit further ahead of us. And you can see that cities are starting to rethink their non-financial assets and how they can best use these to support the economic recovery of their communities. So what I wanted to do is put forward the following motion and see if there was support. And that is to ask staff to bring back options at the May 12th meeting on how we can use our non-financial assets, including but not limited to our sidewalks, roads, and parks, to support physical distancing and economic recovery in the District of Squamish. And I know that other cities, in order to create space for retail outlets and restaurants to open, are giving over their sidewalks to restaurants and retail stores, and then closing roads so that people can then use the roadway for walking. This may be something that we might want to do for portions of downtown. I also know that the one thing that Dr. Henry said yesterday in her new modeling report was that space is the one thing we're all going to need in this next phase. And so things like gyms and yoga studios may not have the space they need, but we certainly have a lot of park space. And she did say yesterday that outside was better than inside. So this has prompted my reasoning for including parks in this, is that some of our small businesses may be able to take advantage of that. I have put a tight timeline on this, not because I expect a really detailed written report from staff, but rather an idea of the options that we have to do this. And then we would have to go out and consult with the chamber, with the downtown BIA, and to get feedback on those options. But at least I'd like to understand sort of in short order what is available to us as a district to help support our community emerge from this phase of the pandemic. So that is my motion. I'm happy to read it again. And if there's a seconder, we can discuss. Seconded by Councillor French. I think I've said my piece, but Councillor French, you want to add to this?
Yeah, this is a conversation that I definitely support and look forward to having. And I agree with you that the timeline is aggressive, and it's totally appropriate that it's aggressive. We need to be on top of this yesterday. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Pettengill and then Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, fully in support, and just, let's not forget about, we do have areas of water that we may have some say over and then other things, so I'd encourage people to think as expansively as possible.
Yes, that's why my motion said including but not limited to, because I'm sure there's areas that our staff will consider that I just don't have in front of mine. Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Happy to support this motion. I do think it'll be a critical component to our economic recovery, is figuring out how we are able to use different spaces in different ways. And so would just like to reiterate some of the mayor's comments and flag that we are not the first community that's thinking about this. There are others both within Canada and around the world. I know that SCM is starting to do a compilation report on actions that are being taken along with Urban Systems, who's doing the consulting work on that. So it'll be, I think we won't be the only ones in this boat, but excited to be at the front edge of it.
Thank you. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Council. Moving on to item 11, under Community Planning and Infrastructure, we have a couple of tender awards that we need to look at. So I believe Mr. Morwood's on the line, and I will hand it over to you for the 2020 water main upgrades.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Jesse Morwood, Capital Projects Manager for the District of Squamish. As you mentioned, we have two tender awards that we'd like to proceed with. The first is the 2020 annual water main upgrades. And what we're proposing is to award this tender to Coast Mountain Excavation in the amount of $628,870 plus 15% contingency. This is part of our annual program in that we mostly follow the Water Master Plan. There's two kind of projects that are part of this project. The first is the government road water main. So this is replacing the water main that basically goes from Public Works building to around Amble Path. It's around 650 meters of pipe. The second is the Plateau Reservoir Control Valve replacement. So this is basically replacing all the interior piping of this control valve. So we went out to tender and received 5 bids, the lowest obviously being Coast Mountain Excavation. We were quite pleasantly surprised and happy with the prices we received. They were actually below our estimate. What this has allowed us is kind of free up a little bit of room in our water main budget, so we are expecting to get more done this year than originally anticipated, which is really a boon for the program. This is a unit price contract, so the bid amount can vary a little bit depending on what's found when we do the work, so the price will vary a little. This is a fairly extensive length of pipe on Government Road. There will be traffic disruptions as part of this project. We can expect a number of months of work and single lane alternating for a lot of that work. So we are certainly putting together a plan to make sure the public and businesses and commuters realize the impacts. So that's our next step, would be to get a communication plan together. Other than that, I think this is a fairly standard project. That brings me to another resolution, that the District of Squamish award the tender to Coast Mountain Excavation, and that the Mayor and Corporate Officer be authorized to execute this agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Morwood. Council, any questions on this tender award? Councillor Stoner. And then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I should probably know this already, but is it a practice that as long as the bid or the bid that we receive matches all our requirements, that we always select the lowest, like the lowest bid number?
Yeah, so there's different types of contracts. It is not a practice that everyone has to be the lowest bid. It depends on a few different things. Certainly, generally, for our construction contracts, we do generally go with the lowest bid. Where we generally see we look for the best value is more in the consultant contracts. Having said that, we are looking at best value for some upcoming construction projects, and we will be coming to council to discuss that. But generally speaking, we take the lowest bidder. Having said that, just on this particular note, Coast Mountain Excavation's been in the corridor and Whistler specifically for a long time. I've personally worked with them, and they're they're an excellent company. So it's nice to have them working down here.
Mr. Wickham, do we need to add to that? I can't hear you.
I just wanted to quickly add to that the decision on best value versus lowest bid is made before the tender goes out. The process is very transparent to all bidders and to the community. So in this particular case, for example, it's a standard MMCB contract. The lowest bid was selected, and that was put out in the tender documents on BC Bid to say that was the process that we would be using. So it's all very transparent.
Yeah.
Councillor Anderson?
Yes, with respect to the Plateau Reservoir Control Valve replacement, last year, as I recall, we allocated in the budget some monies for assessment of that reservoir, which is located at the end of Plateau Drive, if that's the one we were talking about, at the adjacent to Smoke Bluffs Park. We discussed at that time a year ago exploration of that reservoir, what it was about, and whether it was working properly. My question is, the outcome of that assessment is then that a control valve needed to be replaced, but otherwise that reservoir is in good working order and of use for us, for example, for our community wildfire protection infrastructure, among other things. So is that the only issue that we discovered in the assessment of that reservoir?
Yeah, through the mayor. One of my colleagues has been looking into that more than I have, so I'm not fully up to date on what's going on. I know there is more. I don't think a full assessment has been completed. I think it's going to be a protracted investigation. What my recollection of the discussion is that reservoir is going to have to be used for a number of years before it's upgraded. And that's part of the reason that we need to upgrade that plateau control valve, is because we do anticipate using that reservoir for a number of years yet. But there will be work in the long term there for sure.
I see. Thank you. One of the reasons I'm curious is that residents do observe that there's some water coming from it. It's not problematic, but there's something we observed. So I take it then there'll be some more assessment ongoing of that reservoir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any other questions? Okay, would someone like to put forward the motion to award the tender to Coast Mountain Excavation? Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next tender award, Mr. Morwood.
Yeah, thank you. The next is Depot Road Sanitary Force Main Replacement. And I'm seeking Council's authorization to award to PW Trenchless Construction in the amount of $294,767 plus a 15% contingency. So this is part of our sanitary master plan to upgrade or to replace this sanitary force main. It's a strip along Depot Road, basically west of Government Road to Rayburn area, I believe. So it's approximately 465 meters of pipe. This is going to be done a slightly different method. More traditionally, we dig a trench and lay down the new pipe. This is done by pipe bursting. It's kind of a more recent technology, certainly in the municipal sector, but it's effectively we put down a pipe into the existing pipe, so it breaks apart the existing pipe and pulls the new pipe right in the existing alignment. The benefit of doing this is it's generally less disruption for the surface because you're not having to dig trenches. You're able to kind of dig a pit on either side, each end of this pipe, and you're able to drill and pull through the new pipe in the old one's existing placement. So there's less road impacts, there's less driveway impacts, traffic impacts. And it's a fairly efficient way to do the work when you can do this type of work. And we received a decent price as a result of that. So there were 3 bidders that bid on this project. PW Trenchless, obviously the lowest by a small margin. This is a unit price contract, so meaning the final price can vary a little bit. Yeah, I think that's it. I think I'll just bring back to the resolution. It's minimal impact to Depot Road, and we don't have a schedule yet, but anticipate starting in May at some point. The resolution is the District of Squamish award the tender for this project to PW Trenchless, and the Mayor and Corporate Officer be authorized to execute this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merwood. Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, just hearing you describe the process, I have a question now. I understand that for some of our pipes, there has been asbestos ones or different materials and so on. And when you describe this, do we know what materials the current pipe is and what gets left in the ground and what's cleaned up with this process?
Yeah, we do know what most of our pipes are. In this particular case, it is asbestos concrete pipe. We generally, and that's generally what all our old pipes are, is asbestos concrete. We generally leave the pipe in the ground. My understanding is when it's left in the ground, it's fairly inert. Whereas if you take it out of the ground, you have to then dispose of it like you would properly with asbestos. So it's not a bad mitigation factor to leave it in the ground, and that is our general practice.
Yes, Councillor Pettengill, follow up.
Yes, please. So I can sort of, I guess, in my mind, see leaving a generally intact pipe in the ground, and maybe there's not a lot of disturbance, but as you describe this, we're kind of blowing apart. It sounds like the existing pipe, so I'm imagining there's little chunks of asbestos cement that are going to, especially with groundwater and who knows what, sort of migrate all over the place, and so is there a risk there?
Through the Mayor, yeah, it's a good question. I honestly, I don't know the answer. I think breaking apart would be maybe a bit more accurate than kind of blowing apart. The pipe itself has been in the ground for years, and there's water that comes in contact with it on a daily basis. I don't see that there's a big difference between what we're doing and what it's currently doing. I could be wrong on that, but if Councillor wants, we can look more into that because I don't have a fulsome answer right now.
I just love this meeting format because people just pop up. Mr. Wickham. Oh, you have to turn your mic on again.
Sorry, if you think I'd figure that out. I would just add to that that the only risk to asbestos cement is when it's powdered and airborne and breathed in. And so, and which is not uncommon during cutting into it when it's exposed, for example. Having small bits of asbestos concrete in the groundwater a couple of meters under the road is not a human health risk, and so it's actually a lower risk to pipe burst it than it is to try to remove it by a fair margin.
Great. Councillor French, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, you did. Thank you. I'm curious to know if this is a proven technique, a proven technology. We're not in some kind of experimental mode here, are we?
Thanks for the question, through the Mayor. No, we're not. What I was saying is we really haven't used it much around here, but no, this is not experimental at all. It's just not something we've used, but we're starting to consider and look at better alternatives to traditional methods. The price is right. The company is actually PW Trenchless, is a company we've used many times before and kind of well respected. So a lot of confidence that this is the right way to do this job.
And follow up, were the other two bidders planning to use this same technique, or were they planning more traditional trenching?
Yeah, through the Mayor, we specified this type. We were looking for this type of work for this. Partly this job lended itself really well to this to this type of work. So we specify that specifically.
And Chair, one final, if you'll allow me.
Sure.
So I'm having this vision in my head of a smaller pipe going into the existing pipe. Does that mean the end result is a smaller circumference of pipe, or is it equivalent in sizing from a circumference perspective?
Yeah, through the mayor, it's the same size pipe. So that's why it's called pipe bursting, because you have to actually break apart to get the same diameter pipe in its the previous location.
Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Sorry, that actually covered off my line of thank you very much for your work, Jesse.
Councillor Stoner, really? This is so exciting on a tender award.
How many questions we can have for tender awards? I'm going to keep it going. No, but I am curious, I should ask this about the last one. In the next implementation steps, you speak to the potential challenges of COVID-19 and having some flexibility in the work plan. And I'm just curious if we actually add any of that language into the contract itself and or requirements of these contractors to abide by best practices. Do we add any of that language into the contract itself?
Brave new world.
Through the mayor, honestly, I can't remember if we have a line in the contracts. We have started doing that, but I don't recall for this one if we had it or not. Yeah, I can't remember offhand. Yes, but there is, WorkSafe does require that contractors take care of responsible for the health and safety of their workers. So they do need, and that involves COVID. So they do have a plan, and we are requesting to see it now to make sure that we're also comfortable with it.
Yeah, that's important because our staff also come onto these sites, and so we've got to make sure that everyone's following best practices. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Stoner and seconded by Councillor Herford. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Council, we are going to take a break until 2:35 before we do the WLNG EAO certificate discussion. Special business meeting for Tuesday, May 5th. I feel like I've said that a lot today. We are on item 11A3. Which is the WLNG EAO certificate extension request to the Environmental Assessment Office. This is also where we have slotted in the feedback from My Sea to Sky. So I will turn it over to Mr. Buxton, who has been representing us on the Technical Review Committee throughout this project.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try and be relatively brief in this matter. So we're looking for Council to sort of add their feedback to the feedback that staff's already provided through the technical, or will do through the technical review group. So wood fibre, their certificate dates from October of 2015. So that 5-year deadline to complete or at least start expires in October of this year. And they're looking from the EAO for an extension for another 5 years through 2025. So staff, typically, we've taken part in the technical working group, review group, as part of all of the EAO processes. I should note that in the staff report, it does say that there will be further public engagement by the EAO. That turns out that's actually not correct. I'm not quite sure whether this is proceeding under the old or the new Environmental Assessment Act, but and I've been able to look at the new policy, and there is no requirement for further public engagement. So this may be the only opportunity, or likely will be the only opportunity for staff, council, and the district generally to feedback to the EAO on the assessment, the extension application. So as you can see, there's an 8-page submission to the EAO from Wood Fibre. The reasons for the request seem to be technical, administrative, or external challenges. Scope of work on site remediation seems to have been more significant than anticipated. It seems a little unusual. That they had to prepare EAC amendments around site preparation that they hadn't anticipated, their commitments to First Nations, bankruptcy or financial problems with a contractor of theirs, submissions for amendments for flotels or employee accommodation, although that was known at the point in time of the EAO decision back in 2015. And that they've engaged in significant design and procurement activities outside of the commencement of construction. Now, the comments that staff have made are attached. They're attachment 2 to the staff report. As you can see, My Sea to Sky's provided a lengthy comment. One other final item before we get to council's comments would be there was a letter, or there has been submission from, or I've seen a letter from Eco-Justice that I think My Sea to Sky attached to an earlier email around a possible procedural failure in terms of not meeting the required timeline for Woodfibre to submit the extension application. Apparently that needs to happen 9 months prior to, and that deadline was not met. So whether or not the EAO will actually accept this is unclear at this point. Say it's unclear whether they're operating under the 2002 or the 2018 legislation with respect to the extensions. At that point, I'll turn it over to council, and if there are any further questions or any further comments, we can certainly make sure those are added to the list that's already there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buxton. I just thought there would be a flurry of hands. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Anderson.
Yes, I'd like to address the My Sea to Sky letter in a bit. I'd like to start elsewhere, though, and that is in the comment made in the report to council under council priority areas. Woodfibre LNG is not identified as a priority in the strategic plan, and nor does it coincide or support anything in the plan. I'd like to start by commenting on that. Under economy and local jobs in our strategic plan, we have 3 items, and I suggest that the Woodfibre LNG project addresses 2 of these. Firstly, generate a net increase of employment, lands and space, and that includes terrestrial and marine. Woodfibre is a long-term key asset for the District of Squamish, always has been, since the 60s when it became part of the district. And the reason is that we generate a lot of tax revenue, or can, and always will in future, because the site is will be in high demand, and or would be in high demand because it's scarce, and we don't provide services there. So this is why it is a strategic asset for the District of Squamish, and it is one that this company is undertaking to remediate, not only for itself, but for the long term. During the period that Western Forest Products, following their closure and their were trying to sell the site, there were other companies, and within the public information, there were 2 of interest. One was Vanport Sterilizers, the other was the forest industry interest. And they just didn't have 13+ million to clean up that site. But now that that site is receiving this investment, this is of interest for the District of Squamish for the long term, beyond the LNG project. So I suggest that does fit under our long-term interests, and because land for industry of all categories is scarce, this is of interest. Secondly, increase the number of local jobs per capita is also highlighted in our strategic plan. And these jobs that will be provided, I'm referring to the permanent ones that will operate the facility and the other administrative jobs here. These are top-tier jobs with respect to the training that these folks will have, the objective to keep them here and not as commuters from Vancouver, and that's partly related to the investment in their training, the incomes, the high incomes they'll be receiving, and the multiplier effect impacts that come from this category of jobs. So I'm not finished there, though. The other 2 aspects in our strategic plan are marine strategy implementation is an ongoing priority, and so is emergency management planning. And Woodfibre LNG has been involved in both of those discussions and can be a more active partner in both of those discussions as we develop these. And they're aware of that and have been keen participants, even though the come under different regulatory envelopes, they have been keen participants in our marine action strategy. So I just wanted to start there in a kind of a broad way.
Councillor Anderson, can I just interject here? So I probably should have said this at the beginning. I want to focus primarily on any additional comments Council wishes to add to our submission to the EAO. Mr. Buxton has begun that process. There is a chart in our staff report. And so if you could try and limit your comments to suggestions for what you would like to add to that submission. And I would say that I suspect there is not going to be consensus, and so we will use a vote of council in order to add things to the list.
Well, then I'll just ask, I am proceeding to that, and I wanted to introduce that theme of the value of the land there, because the site preparation and site remediation, it comes up in the comments. But in summary, I'm opposed to nearly all of these comments. I do not support them with one exception, and that is housing. It's one that we've discussed before, but I do not feel that under the comment table, under economic conditions, and under the first page 2, section 1.1, the second line item down, I feel that these are topics that are not for us. We do not have expertise on whether there are other contractors out there, whether this contractor is a poor choice. I can illustrate with other scenarios and local examples in this area, but I just don't think that's our role. Moving further down under the site preparation and remediation topics under, page 2, section 1.1, section 1.2 I'll move to. I have had a number of tours of that site and seen the challenges they have in the site preparation, and I do not find that it is, I find it quite understandable, their account of their challenges on the site. And I'm surprised at the assumptions made here. It says that the district is not aware of any unreported or unanticipated hazards. Well, the lime mud landfill has been quite an adventure over there. And I would suggest anybody to take a tour with them to see what they've been doing and the challenges they've been facing. This is a 90-year-old industrial site. This landfill goes from back to the Second World War. I don't think it's at all a surprise that these issues will come up there. And I don't think our comments are fair. It says assume that there's a reference to site clearing. I'm not sure what that means. There is further work to be done on the landfills in the upper slope, no doubt. There's also a new bridge to be built. So I'm not sure what's being referred to there, and I just hope that the dialogue is such that the district is well informed. Our staff are well informed about the issues over there. The issue on housing, I think, is valid. It has come up with us before, but it is, again, also not an unanticipated topic. I visited an LNG plant in Norway and the community that hosts it, and they also have had housing issue surprises, things they weren't prepared for, design issues that they weren't prepared for that took years to sort out. I don't think these things are unexpected or not understandable. On the list that is given, or comments are made on the list, there's 4 topics: housing or worker accommodation, the economic circumstances. Well, I think that almost, it risks sounding like it's gratuitous criticism. I don't think it's our place to discuss the world economy and LNG. I read a lot of industry news from the natural gas industry, including from our partners at UBC, the people we have an energy agreement with, and they have a natural gas section. And the outlooks are varied, and I don't think it's our job to make assumptions and comments on this. On the cleanup and remediation, we have a very large stake here. And I think that we perhaps should even be in support, or should have been in support, of wood fiber when they were having their issues regarding the landfill treatments that they refer to on page 7 that's referenced. the Indigenous Nations reconciliation, I mean, is this not important also to our goals and values? So in summary, I'm not in support of any of these comments except those addressing housing. And I'd also like to conclude by pointing out that a lot of these people working over there are longtime Squamish residents, people I've known for half a century. They're very skilled people, and I find it somewhat insulting to discuss their work in the site remediation and preparation over there in the manner that these comments can be seen to suggest. I think that our role, we should look at what is it and what are our interests, and I suggest we do have a very large stake in this industrial land in its long-term future. So I suggest that the alternative recommendation is the one that I would support, with the exception that I do feel it's our responsibility to discuss the housing issue and to just keep everybody on their toes, our project proponent on that. But I do not support any of the other comments. Thank you.
So just for clarity, I don't think any comment on here was meant to insult anybody working at the site. Rather,
they do.
What I'm saying is that was never an intent. I don't think our staff ever set out to write reports that offend. And so I think it's important to make that very clear. Mr. Buxton, I don't know if you have any comments based on what you heard from Councillor Anderson.
No, and it was never the intent, nor do I think that these are insulting to the folks that work there. I'm trying to speak to the issues that have gone unaddressed. The site was clearly known what it was. They knew there was a landfill there. Those should not have been, frankly, shouldn't have been unanticipated. Perhaps the complexity, yes. But in terms of the housing, I think we could agree there. They've known for a long time about the housing. We flagged that issue with them back in 2015. And we are still only just dealing with a pending amendment on starting to address that issue after 4.5 years. So I think we could agree on that issue, even if we differ on the other issues.
Okay, thank you. I saw. Yes, I've got you, Councillor Race. I've got Councillor Pettengill first.
Okay.
Thank you. And I actually very much support the report from staff. Makes a lot of sense. I very appreciate the comments from My Sea to Sky. I would like them to be included. I think it is worth mentioning from my perspective, I do see a reflection of the stress of COVID and the stress of this project, just the impact it has on volunteers and people who live in our community while we're in the middle of a climate crisis and a pandemic. And I think, for better or for worse, some of that comes through, but I think there's a lot of really important points in the My Sea to Sky submission. But there's a few things that I want to add as well. So in 1.2, what works have you done to adjust the project? They talk about their compliance with EAC conditions 19 and 25, but I want to highlight, which I raised before, they have still not dealt with condition 24, public consultation, which is the holder must continue to engage the public for the life of the project. Consultation and engagement must include information sharing and discussion of site-specific mitigation measures, including the development and implementation of plans and the conditions of the certificate. So it's not limited to just certain plans. It's not stakeholders instead of the public. It is the public. And that has not happened. And as is pointed out by staff and by My Sea to Sky, that is the source of a lot of the struggles they've run into, and they're still not dealing with that condition. I think My Sea to Sky addressed some of the churn pole issues where that, despite what Woodfibre said, it appears they have abandoned that process to date. We still have a failure to address the cumulative impacts of the three projects, the Hydro project, the Fortis project, and the Woodfibre project. And that is a key piece. They can no longer say, well, those other projects are still pending. We don't know if they're projects. Those are all approved projects in some form right now. And so that key piece of work has still not been done. And I would suggest that that contributes to some of the housing and other challenges which were foreseeable if they had done the work. And in terms of final thing, what have they done to or not done to advance the project? Just want to highlight that a key strategic premise for BC LNG was being first to market. And we have seen now, and you know, their rationale why they were going to be that company was it was a brownfield site, it was a small plant, so they could be first to market. And they haven't been first to market. They've been beat all over the world to market. And so I think that speaks to, you know, is this still a sensible project for Squamish and for BC, given that we've missed that key foundational thing? 1.3, what plans, including timelines, do you have for advancing the project if the certificate is extended? They list a number, but I think it's worth recognizing they have published in various discussions with newspapers and promotional material and so on, a construction start date from 2015 all the way through to 2021 now, and none of those have come through. They've had operational start dates announced in various forms, sometimes marketing, but going back to 2018. So I think why this is relevant is perpetually they've failed to follow through on these projections, and for businesses here that are going to take advantage of this, understanding those dates and planning around it, for us, that's all important to plan around. And so I think going through, not receiving a certificate, but going through another process if they wish to proceed, will give us additional information so we can better understand when might this actually happen so we can adequately plan around it. I think the final element or the final section 1.4, new information that has come to light. My Sea to Sky touched on a bunch. I'll just add a few. So in addition to the 2018 IPCC report.
Councillor Pettengill, there is no agreement by council that we are submitting the Sea to Sky report. So you cannot just say, oh, there's a whole bunch of points in the My Sea to Sky report. If there is something you wish to add to our feedback, you need to articulate it because we have not voted to include the Sea to Sky letter. That's really important for you to remember in your comments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I sort of put out there that I think that would be my position that we included. I understood that council may have different feelings on that.
So you have the option to test that assumption by putting a motion forward, or you may just simply continue with your comments and make sure that they're captured. And then we will try and come to a consensus by the end of this discussion.
Okay, if it's all right, I might continue with my comments and then we can test the My Sea to Sky piece at the end. That's all right?
That's fair. I just didn't want you to leave off one of your comments because you think it's covered in their letter, because you're assuming that that letter is going to be submitted by us, which is not been decided.
Thank you. I will clarify then, in particular, I think the fact that the 2018 IPCC report, climate change report, has been released, which says we need, and it may not even be aggressive enough now, the more recent research says, but a 45% reduction in emissions by 2030, and we need to go to 0% emissions by 2050. And our own municipality has adopted a climate emergency declaration consistent with the IPCC goals. Both the LMLGA and UBCM have adopted multiple climate emergency resolutions. The SLRD has a regional growth strategy, which speaks specifically about managing emissions in our economic development. I think it's important that our climate action plan, important to recognize, note that if wood fiber does proceed, rather than reduce our emissions by 45%, as we currently plan to do, we will more than double our current emissions. And that doesn't even count the wood fiber or the Fortis piece of the wood fiber project. And again, that just as a reminder, this is all information that's come to light since their initial approval. They have, since their initial approval, they've been promised, from what I understand, around $350 million in tariff relief for having most of their facility built in Asia with Asian steel. They have subsequently bought tankers, and the salvage work will be done overseas with overseas material engineers. Their engineering and design work is being done by a U.S. company. And so what has come to light with all the Canadian subsidies for this project, there's very little, relatively speaking, Canadian jobs, Canadian infrastructure. So even if you believe that LNG has a future, we are not investing in any of that future with this project. So all that Canadian subsidy, we're not seeing a return from that. And again, these are all things we found out since the initial approval. Just go through here. Fortis has said that the BCUC, it turns out, because during their approval, Woodfibre was saying that there was no way the ratepayer would get stuck with the cost of the pipeline if they fail. In last fall, when Fortis came before us, I believe it was, they said that it would be up to the BCUC ultimately to decide whether that is put into regulation. And at that point, Fortis declined to request that BCUC make that assertion. So at this point, we do not have assurance that the ratepayer will not get stuck with the cost of the pipeline associated with this project. We do know that when WLNG was proposed and when it got its certificate, it was premised on future LNG market conditions. And we have seen now over the last 5 years, since their approval, those haven't materialized. So, and this speaks a bit to the macroeconomics that staff talked about, but I think a few of these elements are worth highlighting. So all those assumptions which this project was premised on have shown not to have been true so far. And so I think we have to reassess that. Climate change has made for consistently warmer winters, consistently reduced the demand for LNG, and there's nothing to suggest sudden reversal of climate change, which is a key thing driving down LNG demand. So again, things have fundamentally shifted from the initial projections and analysis of this project. I spoke about the need to be first to market, and we know that hasn't happened. A report just came out in April that 72% of new global energy in 2019 was from renewables. So all new growth, 72% was from renewables. Renewable growth outpaced fossil growth by 2.6 times. We know pandemic, we're all feeling the pain and of that right now. It's showing a couple things. One, the vulnerability of the fossil industry to any sort of crisis or big turmoil like a pandemic. And so I think that changes our whole, risk assessment and tolerance and willing to trust and put our economic dependence on this industry in general. And so maybe people would decide they would still support LNG, but I think it needs a full comprehensive reassessment to decide that. And as well, COVID means a huge outpouring of public dollars. So do we now feel comfortable giving such massive subsidies to an LNG industry when we're already dealing with COVID, especially when we see that the industry is not resilient to something like COVID, and especially when we know that climate change, which this industry helps causes more pandemics. So, I think the context has just fundamentally changed. I want to speak a little bit. So this was approved in 2015. In November 2016, a year later, that's when the E-Drive rate for LNG was announced, and it's since been rebranded to just the industrial rate by the NDP. But Woodfibre's own assessment puts them at 1.55 billion kilowatt hours of energy per year. The subsidy is 3 to 9 cents per kilowatt hour, depending on whether you go by the Tier 1 or Tier 2 residential rate. So that's a subsidy of $46,500,000 to basically $140 million per year just on their hydro subsidy. And
Councillor Pettengill, how does this impact the EAO considering their extension?
Because this is new information that came, this information about the subsidy came a year after the approval. So I would argue it changes the whole economic context for the initial approval. And so it needs to go through a new assessment, not an extension. And basically, I think as staff addressed, renewables are falling in price, increasing in availability. So just the macroeconomic context, I don't think is there anymore. Needs a new assessment. We have a new EA process, which was designed in part to deal with flaws in the old one, which also approved the old project. And I think moving forward with everything that's changed, this needs to go through with, at the very least, the current process. And I think at this point, I would
sort of leave it to test those points. And I do have two little other things to bring up.
I'm going to go through all of council and try and find the places where there sounds like there is consensus. And also, council, I want to remind you that under an extension, new conditions can be applied. And so it's very helpful if you, in your comments, think of things you would like them to consider in regards to the valued components or the new Assessment Act in the way of specific asks or conditions that might be considered, given that this is a new time and a new place. And that's one of the reasons that people have to apply for an amendment is because things do change from when a project is granted to when it is then looked at for review. Mr. Buxton, I saw that you were taking some notes. Did you have any questions of Mr. Pettingill and his comments before I move on? Any items of clarity? I was also trying to capture many of his points, but I may have missed some too, so.
And I do have it written down, so I can always share.
That probably would be useful. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, I'm coming to you now, Councillor Race.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just question through the staff, keeping in mind that we're dealing with an extension. Are you aware of any impacts that an extension might have, a 5-year extension in this project, positive or negative?
Any impact on
our community? This is our position. So impacts on Squamish, the district of Squamish, of an extension.
Well, none that I would say are already that aren't already anticipated. It means the work that we expect to do in the previous 5 years would now be done in the next 5 years. So I can't think of anything new that emerges from an extension.
Thank you.
That's your only comments?
Well, that was a question. It's not a comment.
Do you want to add any comments?
Well, if we're at that stage...
well, I think people are trying to provide feedback on what they would like to see in our report back to the EAO. Councillor Anderson has expressed his thoughts. Councillor Pettingill has done so. So if you want to add something to the list or no, then I'm happy to hear that.
Okay. So this is an extension. We're not here dealing with on day one. I won't, and I didn't make note of Councillor Pettingill's observations, but through the chair, I think most of them, from my knowledge, are factually incorrect. So I'm not going to deal with those. I think it's very easy to get drawn into all kinds of different positions in this issue, and it's been going on now for about 5 years or 6 years since the proposal came up. There's obviously a different political agenda in relation to this project, and things like the world economics and the business viability and stuff just have absolutely no bearing, I think, on municipal decisions. It's not public money. It's private money that is being invested. Keep in mind, over the last 5 years, that site has been significantly cleaned up. It is a much nicer site today than it was 5 years ago for every manner of organism. And secondly, they engaged in a groundbreaking agreement and consultation process with the First Nation, which, even if this project didn't go ahead, the very fact that they engaged in that process by itself is, I think, a very significant act of reconciliation. As a result of that, significant changes have been made in their design. They changed from water to air cooling, for example. Those aren't small things. It's easy to sit and judge here and put the standard of perfection on them. They should have done this, they should have done that, they waited too long for this, they waited too long for that. Try managing a $1.7 billion project and see how you do. It is probably not the easiest thing. There's a lot of moving parts. And so all we're talking about here is an extension. If you want to try and go and and reassess this thing. Certainly the EA can do that if you have some specific factual impact or reason that this should not be granted an extension. But I think this is just another opportunity for another political argument from the same players and trying to stop this project. This is an extension. That's all it's talking about. And there's really no impact to the District of Squamish. There are potentially a lot of benefits for the District of Squamish. And there are, I think, a lot of benefits to our environment generally when you move away from coal and into something like LNG, which I'm not here to say is perfect, but it's a lot better than what's being used now. If you want to get the world's emissions down, that's one step we can take. And don't forget the issue of air pollution. Seems to get lost in the GHG discussion, but air pollution is probably one of the more significant dangers in our world right now. Coal causes it, LNG doesn't.
Thank you, Councillor Race. I think, Council, it's really important, and we know that there are passionate feelings about this project on both sides of the debate. But I would encourage you in our conversation today to not personalize it, to speak from the position of I, or my understanding of, or what I believe is, because that will differ from some of your colleagues. And I don't want this to become a debate about the project. This is about providing our best guidance through the technical working group on whether we see impacts or what should be considered as the EAO considers an extension for wood fiber. So at the end of the day, this is just another conversation. I know there's passionate feelings about it, but let's try and keep that in mind. Councillor French.
Sure. Thank you for those words specifically. And on the heels of that, I want to thank Councillor Pettingill and My Sea to Sky for making the points that are being made today and in the submission that was made by My Sea to Sky. We live in a democracy, and everybody's voice is important. And while I believe that the My Sea to Sky document does contain some misinformation, I'm over it. And I'm appreciative that the organization is participating in the process, and that's important. And on the thought of what I believe is misinformation in the submission from My Sea to Sky, it's because of my belief that that document contains some information that is of no value, that it should not form part of our submission to the EA. And just to go back to one of the points that Councillor Anderson made, he pointed out that in the staff report, under the council priority areas, we see WLNG is not identified as a priority in the strategic plan, nor does it coincide or support anything in the plan. And I'll point out that in the introduction to our strategic plan, it reads, we will continue to support opportunities to strengthen our relationship with the Squamish Nation and further underscore our commitment to truth and reconciliation efforts by encouraging more learning and action across the community as a whole. The Squamish Nation has participated in an environmental approval process that is unique in Canada and has given its approval through that process to the wood fiber LNG, the LNG project. And I think that's important. And I don't believe the staff report reflects that. My next point is that the project is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And in that context, it's global. And as a global initiative, there are many factors that are impacting the planning, the execution, the project as a whole. And I think that we need to keep that in mind. And one of the important aspects of that is a point that Councillor Pettingill made of how a lot of the contracting and expertise in this project is coming from around the world, American contractors and contractors in Asia. part of the reason for that is we simply don't have the expertise in Canada. We do not have companies that do that work that is being done extremely well by American and global companies. Now, I wanted to touch on reduced global demand for natural gas. And my thought on that is we let the market determine. The countries and the companies that are doing the best job of providing this form of energy are the ones that are going to survive. And if wood fiber LNG is one of them, then that, in my mind, that's great. And if wood fiber LNG is not one of them, then that is what the market will determine. Spinning off from that, one of the reasons that wood fiber LNG has been delayed the way that it has is because the approval process for projects like this in Canada is the most, if not the most, one of the most rigorous in the world. The process is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. And some will argue that the process is more burdensome than it should be. Now, I don't want to get into that, but I think that it's a relevant point. My last thought is that the staff comments that are proposed, many of them are past-based and focus on issues that have been resolved. And I don't know that it's constructive to put energy back into already resolved issues. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor French. I certainly have some comments, but if there's other councillors that wish to speak, I'll go ahead. Okay, there we go. Councillor Herford and then Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Generally, I'm supportive of the feedback provided by staff. I think that our as a district, our experience with the project can only be based on what's happened in the last 5 years as work's been done, not just by the proponent, but with these working groups, and I'm happy to support the feedback provided. I do think that there's some opportunity here to add I think the housing point was something that was highlighted even at the very beginning of this project, and I would say maybe everybody knew the housing was going to be a challenge, yet somehow it was omitted from the process. So any way to strengthen our comments in that regard, I think would be I would be in support of. I'm happy to see where everyone else sits. I've been through the My Sea to Sky letter. I do think the context has changed as far as our climate crisis declaration, as well as others around the province, and at the federal level. Although I don't know what to make of it, with there's a climate crisis and then approving a pipe and then buying a pipeline. Like, I don't understand how everyone treats their climate crises declarations, but I do think it does show a change in general context. But all in all, I'm supportive, and I think strengthening around the housing portion is important, and maybe also worth noting, as Councillor Pettingill touched on, the accumulative effects of this of these separate players and separate projects sort of needing to be executed to execute this one big project, and any language to that effect, just as far as I don't know, maybe I'm treading into the reassessment area, and maybe that's not such a bad thing. But those are shortest comments I can come up with.
Thank you, Councillor Herford. Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, I am generally supportive of the comments that staff have brought forward and appreciate the work that has been done to date. I would say, as I reviewed it and also the requirements of an extension, that I do feel like this does have impact on us as a district. We have and continue to put in staff time, council time, and effort into a file that continuously sees limited response and feedback from the proponent. As is stated in some of the comments from staff in the staff, in the report to council, things like accommodation and employee housing were brought up 4 or 5 years ago in the early stages of this process. And so to call them unexpected or unanticipated, I think is unfair from the proponent's perspective. So I'm happy to see those called out in our comments. With regards to section 1.4, I would specifically request that we add the following in terms of additional information that we've seen come forward that perhaps changes the context and should be considered. So that's the 2018 IPCC report, as Councillor Pettengill called out, the District of Squamish's Climate Emergency and our Community Climate Action Plan, as well as the new Fisheries Act that came in 2019, because I think that this will have bearing on how we assess the impact on salmon, herring, and killer whales in the House Sound. I would also like to see a comment in there with regards to the timing of moving this forward. Again, we're seeing a relatively short period of engagement opportunity for our staff to respond in the midst of a pandemic. And there is no requirement in the legislation for public engagement on this file, but that doesn't mean that the proponent doesn't need to do it. They have commonly say, and they say within their application for the EA amendments, that they are committed to ongoing public engagement, yet they have not presented an opportunity for the public to engage in this process, despite that being an option for them. So just because it's legislatively not required doesn't mean that that isn't something that they should be doing. So those are my particular comments that I would like to see added in. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think I'll provide my comments and then I'll try and help council see at least where I've seen some overlap or where I believe that we can get some consensus. And maybe Mr. Buxton has heard some things as well. So I think it's important to remember that the EAO follows policy, its own policy, and that's where my comments are coming from. So I think for me, in considering an extension to this project, it should be considered under the new act. And again, under item 1.4, new information that's available is the fact that there is a new Environmental Assessment Act, and there are new requirements for proponents. And any extension should be considered under the new policy and guideline documents of that act. I think that's fair. That is the new bar. That is the reason this government spent so much time to revitalize the act, because the previous act from 2002 was not working. And if we remember that the goals of the revitalization process were to enhance public confidence, to advance reconciliation, and to protect the environment while offering a clear pathway to sustainable project approvals. So I think that is where my comments are coming from, is to try and meet those goals of the new act. So under effects assessment, under the new act, proponents must assess the effects on current and future generations. And I believe that this project should be held to that standard in its extension review. It should have to assess its impacts on current and future generations. And there is guidance documents coming for how to do that for proponents. Under the new act, proponents must account for their GHG emissions, including their potential effects on the province being able to meet its targets under the Greenhouse Gas Reductions Targets Act. There are 3 streams under which proponents need to assess their GHG emissions throughout the whole process. And those are under mitigation, adaptation, and the impacts on their valued components. And I think this is I'm not asking for anything more than is currently in the Act, and a standard that should apply to this proponent in addressing their extension. I think one of the things around building public confidence is that I do support Councillor Pettengill's comment on condition number 24 in their EAO certificate, is that public engagement has not been deep and ongoing, but rather very specific and very targeted. And so I think one of the conditions of any extension should be a more fulsome community engagement plan to meet the spirit of the new Act, which is to enhance public confidence. I think that we should absolutely call out new information like the IPCC targets that are revealed in 2018 to try and limit global warming. I as well think it's important to call out our own District of Squamish climate action plan and our emergency declaration. I think those are reasonable things to point out to the EAO office in terms of new context. As well, the Fisheries Act, in terms of valued components, we know that many marine species came under valued components, and I think it's reasonable to point out that there is a new Fisheries Act that should be looked at. I think I'm just checking my notes to see if I have anything further. I did go back and look at the draft of the letter that we submitted in 2015. At that time, we did ask about the cooling systems, and so again, while I understand my fellow councillors' comments about not making assumptions or insulting anyone, I do think key issues were known in terms of the community at the time. But I don't think that's the kind of information we necessarily want to include in our submission about what was necessarily known. I agree that the housing one we should absolutely highlight. Our vacancy rate has been at 0 or near 0 since 2015. And so certainly in the conversations leading up, housing came up again and again. One of the things that we did ask at the time is that we receive a socioeconomic impact assessment that considers the 3 pillars of sustainability and its impacts on the community. I think I understand the value of this piece of land. My concern is that if we're not getting more clear timelines and a commitment to proceed, we're tying up a piece of land for 10 years that could be generating tax income for us. It's been 5. And if something needs to happen, as Councillor Anderson said, this is a valuable piece of real estate. And so the constant extension of timelines concerns me. I haven't sort of formulated how I might put that into a piece of feedback on this, but it does strike me that there is some risk to, the local jobs piece, the good use of our employment lands, if this site again sits idle and doesn't get going. So, I'm going to the new environmental system. So, yes, so under the new guidance for an extension, one of the things that's missing, I believe in this letter, the question that the EAO now asks of proponents when they apply for an extension is, what plans, including timelines, does the holder have for advancing the project if the EAC is extended? And I think that is a valid question to add to our feedback, that question should be answered for our community. So that would be my final comment. So I'm trying to focus on the policy that is there that can help guide perhaps new conditions or how they're going to reevaluate this process. So I'm just going to turn it back to council if anyone had any additional thoughts before we try and build some consensus on this submission. Councillor Anderson.
I wonder if I could take a minute to address the My Sea to Sky letter. I asked if I could do that separately, if that's okay, Mayor Elliott.
I guess I'm going to ask Councillor Anderson what your intent is in addressing the letter, because I don't wish to debate the letter. Rather, we have a decision about whether to include it or not. So I suppose council members have already agreed and disagreed on the accuracy of that letter. And so I'm just wondering what your intent is now.
Well, I wish to alert Council regarding the section of the letter regarding the herring recovery in Northern Howe Sound. I can do that on another occasion. I'm not in favor of endorsing this letter in any submission by the District of Squamish. I have been involved with the herring recovery project for 12 years now, and there's nothing in that section 1.2.1 that is accurate. I'm not trying to point fingers at My Sea to Sky. They have not been privileged to meetings and liaison that have started with Wood Fiber LNG between them and the herring recovery program of Squamish Streetkeepers in early 2014. But they're free to ask for information, and it's there if they wish to have it. But the story that is given here is detrimental for the success story that Squamish has here about this community success story of herring recovery, one that we're exporting to Falls Creek. And the ideas that are put forward here that information was ignored and that DFO information was out of date and relied on, these are not accurate. And so I just wanted to alert Council to that be very careful about this information regarding herring recovery, because very little of it is true. And the map that is attached to it is quite misleading. I'll leave it at that. I also wanted to comment further on the specific, our submission from the district.
Yes, if you have further comments on the submission, that would be appropriate.
Yeah, I think if it's possible, I think that we should not be discouraging anywhere in our comments further work by what they state, as per their submission, they plan to continue site cleanup and remediation activities. I don't think it hurts to emphasize in our submission how important that is to Squamish, that is done or pursued ongoing. Finally, the statement is made in staff's proposed submission that the applicant, quote, has not demonstrated an understanding of the local community and local circumstances. Well, I would suggest that considering the diversity of opinion here alone, that this is not an appropriate summary statement for our submission. Overall, I think we have to ask what are our purposes in making this submission and particular comments. And as I reflect on that question, what are our purposes? I cannot support the majority of the comments that are offered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Okay, so I'm going to start with the easiest one, which is section 5, page 5, section 1.2, which is the comment about housing. And I think we just need to, is there anything that people disagree with in that statement? I do believe the community was quite clear about the need for housing, and that if work had begun on a housing plan back in 2015, that would not have been a cause for delay.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Reyes?
Page 5, section 1, page 5 of what?
Of their submission.
Who's they?
Wood fiber. It's page 74 of your agenda. page 5 of there.
And what section on page 5?
It's in the 1.2 section.
1.2 starts my report of page 72, page 3 of their report.
Yes, it extends quite far through the next 2 pages.
Which part are we talking about? The whole thing?
The housing piece. Mr. Buxton, can you help me out? Which page, Robin?
Yeah. The section on housing, it would be on page 5, page 74 of 134 of the agenda.
About where on the page?
Further way down, right after the first set of 3 bullets. Would fibre LNG recognise the effect and availability of sound, reliable worker accommodations? And then on through that paragraph. It's in reference to that portion of the document.
Yeah, okay. Have you found that, Councillor Race?
I have. And so, are we supporting that paragraph? Is that what we're talking about here?
No, I think we're reporting that having to do the amendment for worker housing is not a valid reason to apply for the extension. It was known in 2015.
Was it?
It was in our submission, it was in community submissions, it was very prominent.
Well, with respect, do we have data that shows our rental vacancy rate in 2015?
Yes.
Because my recollection is that everything came and sort of everything hit a crunch about the middle of the last term, which is about 2016. Started just after that.
No.
So keeping in mind their submissions would have been made before 2015 because the EA deals with them. So we're talking, they would have based it on probably 2014 information and earlier.
Yes, we did have information. I see Councillor Pettengill's hand.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and I did a personal submission to their housing amendments and went back through district documents. There's stuff back, I believe, to 2012 where we were starting to see housing issues, and so we had at the municipal level documentation on that.
Many of our affordable housing plans go back much farther than this application. Councillor Herford? Councillor Herford?
Thank you. And sorry, I don't have that the document in front of me, but Mayor Elliott, you just stated that it was in the concerns around the housing were in the initial feedback provided by the district earlier in the process. Would it be worthwhile to cite those?
Yeah, I was trying to find that report today. I couldn't find it in time for the meeting.
I would be happy to support some of citing previous feedback on the matter, if that's specifically vague enough to sort of move some work forward, that someone can hunt that down and capture those comments from that time. I want to avoid us appearing to be bringing things up that are new or out of the blue when my understanding prior to my time on council was that this was a concern that was being discussed in the community at the very least early on in the process, if not included in official communication between the district and the proponent and the EA office.
So if we change the wording of that part of the submission, Mr. Buxton, to say that the district has reports and has been discussing housing affordability since, I don't know, someone help me with more history, 2000 and, Councillor Anderson, do you remember? When our first housing affordability report came?
I think we can date it to 2014 and the endorsement of the Affordable Housing Framework report, and followed by the task force that was headed up by former Councillor Blackman-Wolf. So 2014 would be a good a date to go back to our ongoing discussion of affordable housing.
Yeah, there was prior to that, there was a different report. So anyway, staff will be able to find that, but we had an earlier report that task force then built
needs
off
assessment was done in 2014.
And even prior to that, I remember seeing an earlier one. But anyway,
2000.
if staff could look at the date of our first housing affordability report to prior council, and reference any feedback that we provided in the 2015 feedback to the EAO, oh my gosh, I'm confusing my acronyms now, the EAO. Would council be supportive of that? Is just referencing that that the housing amendment isn't necessarily a justification for requiring an extension because housing was known. As far back, I think 2011 or 2013, somewhere in there, was the first report, if my memory serves me. Councillor Pettengill?
And just there's also data at CMHA on terms of housing availability in different regions, including Squamish, going back that far.
Thank you. Councillor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. My main point, as I appreciate Councillor Pettingill's point about where there's additional information and additional data to pull from, goes back to the district's highlighting concerns and the district specifically doing work on this subject, so that we're not introducing new or perceived as introducing new data sources, just sort of doubling or continuing the same feedback that we had that was there from the beginning, and those same concerns, thus highlighting that shouldn't be a surprise to anyone at this point, or a reason to issue an extension for this unforeseen, you can't see the air quotes, everybody, unforeseen issues.
Okay. Mr. Buxton, do you have some clarity on that comment?
Yes, I'll be referring to reports around housing affordability that I think actually date back to 2013, but I will confirm those dates and those reports and add those to the. I mean, this was certainly not an unknown issue. I mean, I started in 2015, and this was flagged in 2015 to the EAO. But documenting how that was done, we will work on that.
Okay. So general consensus on council for that comment, strengthening it by using evidence we've already provided to the EAO rather than politicizing it. I'm generally seeing a nod of heads. Councillor Pettengill?
I'm fine with that. I would just like to make the comment, though, the initial assessment and approval was not based just on District of Squamish feedback. It was meant to be based on whole community feedback, of which we had some. All of the feedback is supposed to, and much of it still is, available on the EAO website, so all the submissions and every piece of information that was sent into the EAO. So there is the historical information there. And so I think to state that they got this information, not just from us, but they got it and they had an obligation to read through all that and understand and foresee, because they were getting it, that this was an eventuality. It was totally foreseeable. And I think that needs to be the standard, personally, as we move forward towards the other topics. But I'm fine for this one.
you.
Chair?
Yes, Councillor Reyes.
So I think it seems to me that 1.2 is what works have you done to advance the project, and that's where that paragraph is inserted. It may be more appropriate to comment on 1.4, which is page 7, and the first paragraph. And so what that section is, what has come to light since the original certificate was granted, and the first paragraph talks about housing. And so what your discussion is really that, no, that has not come to light since the certificate was granted. It existed before the certificate was issued. So it might be more appropriate to actually aim it at 1.4.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. Is that all right, Mr. Buxton? I see your hand, Councillor Anderson.
I'll reference both sections in those comments. So.
Okay, yeah, because then section 1.4 and their submission references 1.2, so we'll capture both. It's a good suggestion, Councillor Reyes. Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I just thought we should keep in mind that our interest in housing is not only market impacts or impacts on our community, but also on logistics, how people are going to move to and from work. And this is an issue that has come up, of course, in relation to Darrell Bay and other transportation issues. So housing is more than just housing in itself, but how people travel to and from work at Woodfibre. So just so we capture that, and that the assessment office appreciates our broad interest in the housing issue from that respect.
We can add that, although I think that will be captured in our community management and impact plans. I've forgotten the name of it. What are we working on? What were we working on, Mr. Buxton? The community infrastructure and...
Services infrastructure management plan.
Thank you. I think that's where that's best captured in the conditions, Councillor Anderson, is that they do have to account for travel to and from the site in those management plans, which that's why we've been working on it with them.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay. I want to capture the piece around new information received. Again, this is in section 1.4. I think it's valid to say that there is a new IPCC report. Would any councillor object to that? It is what we based our climate emergency on, so I'm hopeful that that is new information that should be considered. Would any oppose the district's climate emergency motion or our community climate action plan? Okay. And would anyone oppose the new Fisheries Act, which came into force in 2019? Okay, there's consensus for that. How do people feel about, under new information, the new Environmental Assessment Act coming into force with new policy guidelines?
Chair?
Yes, Councillor Reyes.
So typically, not always, but very, very often, when new legislation comes in and replaces old legislation, there are what are called transition provisions to cover off the transition from the old to the new. So that may be in the legislation, it may be dictated by the legislation, whether this is referred to under the new or the old. So it's quite reasonable to me, just from other examples, that when something starts under the old legislation, it will be governed by the old legislation for the duration, notwithstanding the fact that the legislation changes. And there's all kinds of examples of that going on in our community. So I'm not sure that we can make that submission, but it might be just completely off base if the legislation dictates otherwise.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to go back and look at the legislation. My understanding through my participation on the committee is that those that were somewhere in the middle were likely going to get a hybrid approach. I suspect that since this extension request came in after the new legislation came into force, that they are likely to be assessed under the new legislation. But I could be wrong, although that is what I recall from my my discussions on the implementation committee. Notwithstanding, I do believe it's important to point out that the government does have a new piece of legislation that this amendment or extension should be measured against. Is there sufficient support to add that as a piece of new information that is there? Okay, generally seeing consensus on that. Councillor Pettengill.
Just following off, we did support resolutions successfully to LMLJ and UBCM about a climate emergency. So I would wonder if we could test including those with our local one and the IPCC one.
The ones that we're putting forward for this year?
No, last year, successfully, we put forward a climate emergency resolution adopted by LMLJ and then UBCM.
How do you feel those affect our local community and their ask for an extension?
For me, it speaks to the context under which this project is evaluated, and does it justify just a simple extension, or if it wants to proceed, should it be reviewed with the current legislation sort of as a new assessment?
I don't...
And I think it speaks to the provincial context.
I don't think this will get a new review, Councillor Pettengill. This will only be looked at as an extension. They have an EA certificate.
Pardon me then, maybe this is an important clarification from myself. My understanding is if they don't get an extension, they either walk away, they have no project, or they submit a new application.
That's correct, but that's not the topic of our discussion today.
Right, and I guess for me, anyways,
if they applied again, they would be assessed under the new act.
Yes, and so I am suggesting those climate emergencies are context for not granting an extension. The context has completely shifted, so they do not deserve an extension, would be my argument. And those are, I think, especially because we put those resolutions forward, they are consistent with the other resolutions that we put forward and we are referencing.
Sure.
But they are provincial in scope.
Yes, Councillor Reyes.
Has the province declared a climate emergency?
No, it has not. The federal government has.
Yeah, but the province hasn't, and this is being regulated by the province, not by Squamish. So I'm not sure that that's relevant, frankly, to the extension application.
The UBCM and LMLGA motions.
Well, just that issue. Climate emergency has been declared, but not by the regulatory authority.
But this was a joint application. They had to get federal approval as well, and so the federal government has declared a climate emergency and is working on plans to get to 2050, so that does change the context, and they will be consulted as part of this extension. So I think the federal declaration is more important than the UBCM and LMLGA in terms of setting context, Councillor Pettengill.
And I think if that's the case, if it's a statement of fact that the federal government has declared a climate emergency, period, end of statement.
Yes, I believe we should stick to the facts.
That's all you have to say.
Yes, it creates context. And that
the other thing that...
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt. The other thing that occurred to me is we could bring up the COVID pandemic and its effect on the context as well, because what we're dealing with is a pandemic of a respiratory disease. The last thing we need in the world is more air pollution. This will actually, if this project goes ahead, will contribute to lessening the amount of air pollution. And we could mention that if we want a balanced application.
Well, yeah, here comes the debate, Councillor Reyes. Can you see the hands?
Gosh, what a surprise.
I know. So let's think about this in terms of the impact to our community. And and it's a valid comment, but what I'm thinking about is in the context of what is required when people apply for an extension under the new policy guidelines, what plans, including timelines, does the holder have for advancing the project? And I believe that we should mention COVID-19 in terms of how they're considering housing, how that would impact the community. If the pandemic is ongoing, that would bring workers into our community from outside, including potentially foreign workers. So I think it's valid in mentioning the COVID-19 piece of this. I'm just not sure, again, if we can just make statements of facts that are important to our community. This plant will actually potentially add things to our air quality, and we're talking about the local environment. And your comment, again, is taking it to a global scale, and I'm trying to just focus us on what's important in the local environment and what conditions we would want to see or what we want evaluated for an extension in our context. So I'm happy to put the COVID-19 piece in there if there's support from council, but in a different context. So I'll go to Councillor Pettengill and Councillor Herford.
Just a clarifying question, and I'd be, at this point, happy with just putting in COVID and leaving it at that, but a clarifying question, if we did that, Mr. Buxton, would the EA sort of understand, they would look at the local and remote pollution context, the broader economic context, workers, and all those sorts of things, or if we want to put this in and have it be valuable, do we have to sort of debate all the different ways that COVID will or won't impact this?
What we would need to do is distinct, because the applicants raised it, if you raise the same issue, you would need to distinguish the basis for what's different, because they've raised it as a delaying factor. If we're raising it, then I think to distinguish our comments from theirs, we would need to provide that subtle distinction. Otherwise, we're echoing or potentially confusing the matter.
Chair?
Yeah, I've got Councillor Herford first, and then I'll come back to you.
Is that a pass to me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The COVID piece, I'm interested to hear more discussion on. I think that globally everyone's adapting, whether this changes their size and frequency of crew boats and buses and accommodate. I mean, it can be, for projects like this, the change could be substantial, or there'll be protocols in place, as we've seen other work camps make some rather minor changes and continue working. So I don't know the weight to put on that. I'm more interested in citing change in government policies rather than change in policy, positions that we're advocating for through LMLGA. I'm more interested in sticking, and similar with the comment about the air pollution, I think this is a very debatable point, and I don't want to get into a debate. I'd rather just continue citing policies and communications that exist or that we've already had, and just reinforcing points that we've already made, because it does feel like we're going around in a hamster wheel with, particularly on this project, making the same points over and over, and seeing policy not supportive of the project being passed all around us, yet it continuing to sort of slowly move forward by some accounts. But so I'd like to stick to citing policies is where I'd like to be.
Okay. So where we got to was, I think, IPCC, our climate emergency, and our community climate action plan, which highlights our emissions in relation to wood fibers, the new Fisheries Act, the federal declaration of a climate emergency. Those were the key ones. And I think that there's generally consensus on that.
Chair?
Yes.
But the COVID thing is, and where I came from is when we had the staff committee on LNG, and I think you were at the meeting, the Vancouver Aquarium people came up and they got talking about it somehow, and they made the comment, those scientists, that 40% of the air pollution we breathe in this part of British Columbia comes from Asia, and it takes 8 days to get here. So that's from science. So it's a global thing, just like climate change is a global thing. We wouldn't expect this project by itself to significantly change the climate and how it sounds. It's its contribution to the global scene. So they both have the same. So if we're going to go with one, if we want to balance it, we should go with the other.
I'm sorry, I don't understand which ones are balancing the other. We were just trying to highlight new information that should be considered by the EAO when making their decision. So,
right. And we talked about climate change, and why not talk about pandemics?
we can talk about the pandemic.
That's a benefit, by the way, the pandemic one. You would hope that everybody switches to natural gas from coal, clean up a lot of the air.
Yes, I think if we were trying to move to consensus on this feedback, there isn't consensus on that science, and that I don't think the majority of council believes that LNG is necessarily replacing coal. So I'm happy to test that, but I was trying to find a way to include COVID and still consider local impacts. Maybe someone else, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but maybe someone else wants to tackle that. I'm not trying to get to a point where it's pro or anything, Councilor Race. I'm just trying to highlight new information that's become available since the certificate was granted in 2015.
And that is, we have a worldwide respiratory issue.
Yes, but I think it's a tenuous link to say that one LNG plant in Squamish is going to support outcomes on the pandemic, I think. Councillor Pettengill?
Or change the climate.
Could we say just something along the lines of COVID fundamentally changes the context for this project, locally and internationally, and suggest that it cannot just be extended and continue as is in that context. And then we don't need to debate, because we could be here for hours debating whether or not COVID is good or bad for this project or vice versa. But just state that it has fundamentally shifted the context. I think we agree on that piece.
So perhaps we can put in our comments that if extension is considered, that the company is required to provide plans, including timelines, for advancing the project in light of COVID-19. And this may have to do with, number of workforce on site, their housing amendment, all those sorts of things, I think are valid comments that impact us as a local community. Would that satisfy that need, Councillor Race?
Well, it inevitably is going to go both ways, because you can say that. The other thing is, it makes it impossible for them to have a flotel or anything like that and meet some of the guidelines set out by the Public Health Department. So
I disagree, because Site C work camps are still open. There's work camps open all over this province. So
reduced.
So they're all working. So it's just that it should be contemplated if we don't have a good treatment or a vaccine for 18 months, and they try and move ahead, they need to have a plan. And I think it's reasonable for us to understand, as a community that will be inviting workers from outside the community in, about how that will be managed. So I think that was Councillor Pettengill's point, is just to sort of not relate it to climate, just relate it to they should be required to provide a timeline and plans that take into account this pandemic. Councillor Pettengill. Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, because I do understand that we may want to provide new conditions if they do get an extension, but I, for one, do not want to presume an extension unless that is where council as a whole is headed. So I think my preference would be that we are clear in articulating that, that's the fallback, but as a starting point, for me anyways, I think some of these COVID and so on issues preclude an extension. For me, suggest either stopping or going through a full process. And then the fallback is these additional plans and reports and so on if they get an extension.
Mr. Buxton, is there any, once we submit these comments, does the EAO then make its decision on an extension? Or does it come back with questions?
In the past, through the working group, there have been questions back, but typically, no. The working group material flows into the EA and the decisions made based on that technical submission.
So the EAO decides on whether any additional conditions are appropriate during its deliberations on the extension, Councillor Pettengill.
Yes, and so I'm clear on that, and I would hope, or again, from my perspective, the two issues are, one, here's a bunch of concerns we have, which we think negate giving them an extension, but if you decide to give them one anyways, here's the extra conditions we would like you to apply.
Okay. Mr. Buxton, can you separate our feedback in that regard?
Well, I think particularly with response to sort of the pandemic impact, I think it's really on their employment and housing. As you've identified, it's how are they going to be managed, where and how are they going to be housed. So there's a link back in that. I mean, there's a link from COVID into general sort of how they manage the project, but I think particularly with respect to employees and housing. So I can link that into a new issue and something that needs to be addressed in the housing response.
One of the things that came up, Mr. Buxton, was that some of the comments make some assumptions, and I wondered if there were any wording changes around that. I'm thinking particularly around the contractor one that went bankrupt.
Well, at this point in time, what I'm looking at is submitting only the last two comments modified. Is that the first four would not be included.
I see some nodding heads, but I also heard other councillors say they're supportive of all the comments you wrote down. So, do you know for certain there are other contractors that can perform the work?
Do I know for certain?
Yes.
No, but there cannot be one contractor on this planet that can perform that work. There must be another, but do I know their capability or their availability? No, I do not.
Might we say that it is difficult to draw a conclusion on whether that delay is relevant because the proponent hasn't provided enough information? For us to make that assessment. I don't know if there's other contractors. Councillor Pettengill.
Woodfibre has spoken about other contractors that they're engaging and talked about a preferred contractor and so on and so forth. So, I mean, I am comfortable with staff's comments as they are.
Yes.
How can we make that comment when we don't know what we're talking about? We have no basis in fact for that statement. We don't know whether it was a poor choice. We don't know if there's others available. We don't know how far they've gone with this thing. Company's taken bankruptcy protection, and it's going through a process of restructuring, which doesn't mean it's going to cease to exist. It very often comes through this in just a different form of ownership or something like that. So there's an awful lot invested with this particular contractor so far, and they have to see it through to the end. But I don't know how we can make the statement that, first of all, it was a poor choice.
I agree
We
with
really
that.
don't know that.
I agree with that. I don't know enough about the contract. So I find the first one challenging simply from the language used. Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I'd like to know more about this. It's interesting where the applicant in this case brings, has brought it up as the cause for delay without enough information for us to know, or maybe the EAO to know what they're talking about. So I still think that the general that we shouldn't just let that point slide by. But I agree, we don't know enough about that to comment maybe as hard as to provide an in-depth comment. But at the same time, selecting a contractor that can perform the work without is essentially, I could see that being on the proponent. But how do we? I'm curious to change the language. I still want to let it go. I don't think that that's a point we can just let slide with more information needed. And at almost every turn with this project, we've come to a conclusion that there's more information needed, and we're not getting. Just goes on the list of things we need more information about. So I don't want to lose this point, but I agree the wording is maybe harder than it needs to be.
So what if we go back to the requirement in step 3 of the extension development and submission guidelines that says what plans, including timelines, does the holder have for advancing the project? So couldn't we say that the proponent has highlighted risks in terms of the contractor they selected, the uncertainty of financial markets at this time, and additional remediation projects that weren't anticipated, and that they be required to provide more details on how they are going to mitigate these risks and provide a timeline for going forward? I've silenced everybody. Yes, Councillor Anderson.
I would offer support for your suggestion. However, I would also point out that we don't expect it from other projects. I can name a few around town that have had some difficulties with site remediation and have gone through different ownership changes. Perhaps we might have placed the same expectations on them as well.
Did they go through an EA amendment?
Well, they were major projects with a lot of consequences. But
did they go through an environmental assessment?
No.
No, so not in the same ballpark.
Well, from the district of Squamish's point of view, I think they probably were. They still are. But I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to support your line of thinking as a better solution for the wording here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think what I'm trying to get at is that we shouldn't make assumptions about what their decisions were, but also, we also don't have enough, we have information of our own, which Mr. Buxton has pointed out in some of his comments, that say that maybe some of these delays weren't unavoidable. So I'm trying to find the balanced language that captures both of those things. Councillor Stoner, did I see your hand? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to support that direction to replace comments 1 and 2 in the table. I would like to maintain comment 3 as is.
Okay.
With regard to the site conditions being unanticipated. I think that the current comment is fair, but I appreciate the change in direction of language for the first 2 comments.
Councillor French.
In regards to the third notation, none of the site conditions should have been unanticipated. It's a 100-year-old industrial site, and despite the studies that were done by the previous owner, I can say with confidence that there were uncertainties about what was under the ground at that site in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. And so for me, that is relevant. That uncertainty at the site continues to be relevant today because of how old that site is and the deep history of poor environmental practices in the very early days of that site.
So you'd like to maybe take out the word none?
That would be helpful.
I think they can't know everything. I wouldn't mind seeing some of that, just a balance that old industrial sites like this often contain surprises. However, many of them were known. Does that address it? Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, just sort of making the point. I mean, there's sort of a, as far as I understand, a multi-billion-dollar fossil fuel company behind this big project. Like, this is, as far as big industrial projects go, one of the claims of the proponents, this is pretty small. And so if we think about this in the context of big projects, sure, everyone's going to run into unanticipated things, but you build that into your project, and anyone who kind of knows what they're doing has these mitigations built in and can understand it. To think that this project is somehow unique compared to any other industrial project out there, I think is not holding them to an adequate degree of an account. And this is part of my reason why I think we need to hold their feet to the fire on this. And for me, why I keep pushing on this idea of not doing an extension, but doing a reassessment, because I don't think they've demonstrated the capacity to pull off a project of this size. And so that worries me about soft pedaling some of the extension ideas or soft pedaling some of these points. I think with the resources behind the scope of this, you should be able to pull it off in 5 years and adjust to unforeseen consequences. You build that into your project.
Mr. Buxton, do you feel strongly about this statement?
No, I don't.
I mean, you can. I'm not challenging you directly, but you mentioned that there's been prior studies, and so so my point to council is, though, even when we do a road project, when we're tendering road projects, we put in contingency because we don't know what we're going to find under the ground, even though we think we know what we're going to find under the ground. So I think that we can acknowledge that they are going to find some surprises. To Councillor Pettengill's point, they've had 5 years. So.
Chair?
Yes.
Why do we care?
It's whether or not this justifies an extension, Councillor Race.
So what? So what if it's taken them longer than they thought to figure out the site? Does that mean, sorry, time's up, can't go ahead? Councillor Anderson's right. We would not hold anybody else in this district to that standard. Look what's happening at the oceanfront. And the fact that this is an EA process doesn't make any difference. We're not in charge of the EA process. We are judging a developer. That's what this is about, this conversation. And so we're saying, yeah, there's one standard for everybody else in the community and another standard for these guys.
No, we're
Why
being
would we care
asked,
about the timing?
with respect, Councillor Reyes, we're being asked to comment on their submission for an extension, and that is a legislated requirement of their extension process. So it's not about
I get that.
comparing apples to
I get
apples.
that, but why are we making the comment?
Because we've been
Why are
asked
we making that comment?
because we've been asked to comment on their submission. And they've made the case that there were unanticipated surprises that have extended their deadline. So that's why the comment was there. Just exploring whether there's language that captures it a little bit better. Councillor Herford?
Thank you. But just the point of why it matters. There was a term, a timeline put on the initial approval because it matters. Timeline matters, and we're here to reassess if they can, or to assess whether an extension is appropriate. So I think that it's fair comment.
So, Mr. Buxton, I think that language about none should be softened somewhat.
Do that.
Councillor Anderson?
Well, I just wanted to offer that it's not only what is or isn't under the ground, it's how to deal with it. They're in new territory. I'm sorry, my emotions got carried away with me earlier, but I know these people that are trying to solve this problem and the efforts they're making, the skills they're applying. It's new territory. And they're looking across the water to Britannia. They didn't know how to deal with acid mine drainage either. It became a great big R&D project, and that may well be what's in store at Woodfibre, and we'll all benefit from that. There's many other cases, but it's a question of how to remediate it, not only what is underground to remediate.
Yeah. Let's capture that context. I think it is important. And Councillor Anderson mentioned earlier just how important that remediation has been to all of Howe Sound, not just our community. But it's a connected ecosystem, so we shouldn't discount the value of what's taken place over there so far. So I appreciate you emphasizing that again, Councillor Anderson. Okay. I would argue strongly for ensuring that the extension is based on, is required to assess the effects on current and future generations and the new GHG emissions streams around mitigation, adaptation, and valued components. That is part of the new act, and I think it's reasonable that they should be held to a standard. They are going to be operating in a community with a climate emergency, and I feel that those two things are important. Councillor Stoner?
I support that addition.
So that would be under the if granted an extension, Mr. Buxton, that should be a requirement?
Yes, I don't know where I will fit that, but the comment is duly noted. Thank you.
It's likely under new information. Is there anything else those were the main ones that I heard in our discussion. Is there anything else, Councillor Stoner?
The other one that I picked up on was the requirements of public engagement through this process. I would like to reiterate just from our own staff time and continued effort in this, the timing of these things always kind of confounds me. They come up, granted they did not know that there was going to be a global pandemic, but we're still operating under the same requirements for turnaround and providing comment to the technical committee as if there wasn't a global pandemic. And then also the requirements for public engagement, recognizing that it is not a legislative requirement, but given that there is reference in their own submissions that they are committed to wholesome public engagement, yet they have not taken that opportunity to do so here.
All right. Any opposed to that? Councillor Pettengill?
Well, yeah, I think it is worth highlighting because, you know, they claim several times about unforeseen issues, and I think we've talked about, I think previously council has written them some correspondence and or the EAO on the public engagement piece, and they are obligated by their certificate, condition 24, to do public engagement, and again, I think that would have been a solution to a lot of the problems they're claiming, and that piece is still missing from what they're doing.
I know one other thing that I want to put in here, and we had it in our original EAO submission, but if they are granted an extension, that we get one timeline that includes all of the project partners. So, and an idea of how they all fit together. So that is Fortis and Woodfibre and Hydro if they're still relevant, but I don't think they are at this point. But I would really like, and I know they're working on that, but I'd still really like to see that as a requirement of an extension to really help our community see how this project unfolds if it goes ahead during construction. It's been such a difficult thing to try and collect information from two sources and figure out how it all fits together. So I would like to see that closer collaboration on creating a timeline and engagement with our community as this, if this goes forward. It's one project. It only has two proponents because they have to do that for legal reasons. But it is one big project. Okay. Are we good? Councillor French and then Councillor Pettengill.
I'm going from the assumption that before this submission is made, we are going to see it. Is that the case?
Take that as a yes.
Thank you.
Which means next week.
Councillor Pettengill?
It's a bit of a sidebar, but I think it's important for our comments in this context, and that is the economic benefits agreement with the province regarding this project. I think it's worth us communicating to the province that in the terms of reconciliation, especially in terms of land transfer, there should not be a connection between what happens with this project, extensions or not, and those land transfers and reconciliation. Those I don't believe should ever be attached. And I think as we try and work on reconciliation, you know, we don't want to be involved in coercion or anything like this. And I think we should advise to the province our comfort with separating those things out and having that reconciliation be dealt totally separate from Woodfibre, from the provincial economic benefits.
Is there any support for adding that? It's kind of way out of the scope of this discussion, Councillor Pettengill. It's a significant policy decision.
I agree. I just felt it's important, but
I'm certainly glad that you've expressed your thoughts on it, but it's so outside an amendment decision that the EAO wouldn't make that decision. It is a high-level cabinet kind of decision. Remember, this is the Environmental Assessment Office. It's not a minister. It's not the Premier. So I think we have to keep our comments focused in that regard, which isn't to say that there isn't a time and a place to potentially raise that, but if that's the case, maybe we could bring it up in one of our council-to-council meetings with Squamish Nation and do it and understand a path forward with their perspective. But I just don't think it's appropriate for an EA amendment discussion, not amendment, extension. Okay. Any other last thoughts? Thank you, Mr. Buxton, for the report.
Thank you.
Council, we just have 2 more short items on this agenda, and then we'll take a break before we do finish our closed meetings. Was that a hand, Councillor Pengill?
I'll save it.
Okay. Mr. Buxton will bring back a brief summary next week to our committee of the whole. Is Ms. Glenday on the phone for a EOC update? I believe this is just very brief.
Hello, Council. Yes, update. We have struck a staff business continuity team that is working in a time-durated time over the next 2 weeks, and the idea being, as I mentioned last week, but for the benefit of the public is, and for you, aimed to provide phased return to services for those that are completely shut down, like recreation, that are using different processes like municipal hall, and even public works as an example. We've rented extra trucks, so there's only one person in each vehicle. We're aiming for May 15th to have that finished because there are indications that might be the date when the province starts to lift some of the restrictions that we're seeing, although we don't anticipate everything. But nonetheless, we're trying to stay ahead of or match the provincial timelines. Once we have something more substantial, we will provide it to Council as update.
Ms. Glenday, can I ask why we're following the provincial timeline? Because technically, none of our facilities have to be closed.
I suppose that's a good point. Essentially, at this point, it will take us 2 weeks in any event to come up with these plans. Tomorrow, there is information from the province coming out. It's always been our decree to follow the provincial guidelines. In terms of municipal hall and recreation, absolutely, we're looking to, I suppose that's a very good point. If we had a plan tomorrow, we could start implementing it. But it will take us a couple of weeks to organize and make sure that, as an example, if we have to order plexiglass in for municipal hall, that's going to take some time. Anything that does rely on provincial guidelines, we would wait for them. So, yes, that's a distinction that I missed. Thank you.
Okay. I think we're going to get some great guidance tomorrow. So I think, but we also know that we can open as long as we follow the rules. Councillor Race?
Yeah, I was going to make the point sometime today, but I think one of the things we should consider is these meetings and how we might evolve from this. I mean, social distancing, from what I understand from the mainstream media, is something that could be with us for not just months, but maybe longer than that. And I would hope we get something back more to face-to-face meetings. And I recognize we have to keep distance. That might mean doing them in a larger room so we could space out the desks or something, but I wouldn't want to lose that. I would personally like to get away from this as soon as reasonably possible if we can do it safely.
So maybe Ms. Glenday, just if staff are contemplating it, not to forget council in their deliberations. Because we do have...
Absolutely, and sorry.
We also have new powers from the province to hold public hearings electronically, but I think that's also part of the discussion we have to have about whether we want to do that or whether we want to have them in the gym and try and have people come in and just sit 2 meters apart. So I think council does want to be part of the deliberations about how we get back to a new normal as well, safely.
Mm-hmm. Understood. And we have indicated to staff that while we are opening as soon as we can under the current guidelines and then following future guidelines for other services we may provide, is that we need to do a balance of as soon as possible, but also meeting WorkSafe BC and social distancing and putting in infrastructure if needed, as mentioned, and being prepared to manage all of the interface that's going to start when the doors open.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Glenday? Okay, we've done our consent agenda. We approved the minutes. Was there any business arising from the minutes? There is one council staff in-camera announcement to bring forward, and Ms. Arthurs, you've got a slide that you can put up there. So we are rising and reporting on this motion, which was passed in February, that council rise at an open meeting and report on the sale of the Drinka property to the District of Squamish once the transfer has been registered at the Land Title Office. That transfer has now been registered at the Land Title Office, so I'm pleased to say that we have some new land near Smoke Bluffs Park. And I did ask Real Estate Services to give us a picture of that just so it was captured in the meeting as soon as we can share the screen. Because people may not understand when we say the Drinka property. There we go. All right. We lost it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So for anyone watching the screen, these are the properties encircled in red. These are adjacent to Smoke Bluffs Park, and they are now belong to the District of Squamish. Okay. Any council or staff announcements? I don't have any. So, I'm just going to go back to last week. I don't think I did anything. Ooh, there's a mayor's drop-in this Thursday. It's going to be virtual. We'll see if it works. I can eat all the cookies myself, I guess. So we'll see how that goes in this new normal. But people can find out more information on squamish.ca/virtual and RSVP. And they can follow the online stream. Other than that, motion to terminate. No. Oh, it's the same meeting. Never mind. Motion to close. It scared me, Robin. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.